everyone. I hope that you are having a good day. Yes, the end of the week Zeta stream. Yes, we have just, I think, maybe kind of gotten used to the current schedule, but soon I will be teaching again, so we'll shift around the schedule. I don't know exactly what the new schedule will be. We will see. I have not done this one, I don't think. No one has told me that I've done this one, but it's possible that I have and I've just forgotten, but I really don't remember it for whatever that is worth. Need a custom Zeta's hair color. Yeah, there you go. All right. So this is a Tallcat Wrogn puzzle, which I'm quite excited about. I don't think I have any announcements. There's a number of things sort of in the works that I'm excited about, but I don't think I'm prepared to talk about any of them. If you did not see the debut of Rangsk and I solving Paul Fly's puzzle, Perdoku, I recommend that. And I also recommend Soliloquy, the most recent puzzle that I posted on LMD. I think it is easier than most of my puzzles. We are closing in on the 200th stream, so if you are excited about it being the 200th stream and you want to make a puzzle in commemoration of it being the 200th stream, I highly encourage you to do so. There is a thread for them to submit it. So go ahead and do that. So thank you, MathPester, for that reminder. We're also closing in on 3,000 subscribers. So if you would like to make your Sudoku with a 3,000 Amino to celebrate that as well, we'll do this. So we'll do the sort of celebration sort of collectively for 3,000 subscribers and for the stream. I think we're not quite at 3,000 yet, but we're very close. So anyway, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe so we are at 3,000 subscribers when we do that. I think the 200th stream should have a group, Tallcat, which means you will likely be here. So tell Quackers to start working on his dance moves so we can do that. But yeah, we will probably go back to having guests. If you are a somewhat long-time viewer, you'll recall that before we randomly bought a house on 2 days' notice, we were having regular guest hosts to go with us. So we're going to go back to that in the not incredibly distant future. And I think the 200th stream will be one of the ones where we will have guests involved. So you can look forward to seeing all your favorite Sudoku people from across the Sudokuverse. All right. So we have an established bet tree. We have, I see, normal irregular Sudoku rules. So what that means is the digits 1 through 9 appear in each region, but the regions are funky. I always just say normal Sudoku rules if this is the case, but irregular is maybe slightly more accurate. So go ahead and note that. But everything else is incorrect. So specifically, we give a description of what each of these things means. So note, it's not the logical negation of the thing. I can't do row column numbers because there are outside clues in this puzzle, and I don't do row column numbers when there's outside clues. So note first, digits cannot repeat on thermos. So even though the thermos are wrong, digits still can't repeat on them. And they must not increase from bulb to tip. And each of the 2 length ones is that. And we don't have to worry about like the confusion of what a 3 length wrong thermo means. We don't have to worry about that. But we do have to worry about this weird extra rule that digits can't repeat on wrong thermos, which is weird to me. Digits on white dots must not be consecutive. Digits on X's must not sum to 10. Digits on V's, I think there's only one V. Oh, no, there's 2 V's. Digits on V's must not sum to 5. Adjacent digits on green lines must not differ by 5 or more. This is bringing back traumatic memories already for those of you who watched the Paul Fly puzzle. Digits in quadruple clue must not be in the adjacent 4 cells. And so note, this is the one that always gets me every time, which is that for whatever reason in my brain, whenever I see this whole 6-8 business, my brain wants to read that as neither 6 nor 8 is in these cells, but it doesn't matter. For example, I have to turn on my number pad or it won't work. By the way, Tristan, if you're listening, please charge my headphones. I forgot to do that. This is a perfectly valid, incorrect way to fill this, because although there is a 6, there's no 8. So that's the thing that I don't know why my brain tends to sort of jump at the logical negation for most things, but these are the logical negation, but for whatever reason in my brain, I guess it's because my brain wants to interpret a quadruple as 2 clues. Rather than, or as however many clues. So in my brain, I guess I don't think of these as 1 clue. I think of it as 2 clues. I should have the list of people who voted for it. Let us read the list of people who voted for it. So we have Woofer, Doomdiat, Luda, Josh, Russ, and David. So thank you very much to all of you. For your support. If you don't know, we do start every stream with the puzzle that has been voted on by the most supporters. So people who support at the windmill level or above get access to the list of puzzles that we're considering for the stream. And then they get to vote on whichever ones they most want to see. And they get as many votes as they want, so they can use their voting privileges however they like. So anyway, by the way, there are a lot of puzzles with not that many votes, so you can actually sway it quite a bit. So if you do have voting privileges and you haven't been through the bucket in a while, then you have that to go ahead. Okay. Numbers on the outside grid are not valid skyscraper clues. Kelly predicting that this is going to be another 2+ hour Friday puzzle. We'll see. It's possible. So skyscraper clues count the number. So let's see. So let's just fill this in like that. Wow, I got that correct. Okay. So what a skyscraper clue measures, and it's a little weird, is standing from this position, how many of the 9 digits it's looking at it can actually see with the following funny rule. So you can always see the digit that's immediately in front of it. And you can see each digit as long as you haven't seen a higher digit yet. So I can see the 5 because I haven't seen a digit as high as the 5. So I can see that. I can't see the 4 because I've seen a higher digit already. I can see the 6 because I haven't seen a higher digit already. I can see the 8 because I haven't seen a higher digit already. I can see the 9 because I haven't seen a higher digit already. But now I've seen the 9, so I can't see any of these. And what a skyscraper clue does, and this is a very weird thing to do, it counts the number of digits you saw with this funny rule. And so for this clue down here, that clue, if it were correct, would be a 5. But notice it's very much dependent on what side you look at things from. So from this clue, it would be a 5. But if I instead looked at it from the other side, I would see the 7 because I always see the first thing. And I would not see these because I've seen a higher number already. And then I would see this and I would see none of these because, spoiler, once you've seen the 9, you've seen everything. And so this would be a 2 as a skyscraper clue. And so this random cacophony of digits that I filled in here, this would be invalid for this puzzle because of this 2 right here. Alrighty. So those are the rules. Fortunately, it's only skyscraper. It's not often in these Wrogn puzzles. It's something like these aren't valid skyscraper numbered rooms, X sums, blah 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 blah. So we only have to worry about skyscraper, but that's already quite going to be interesting. Anyway, with that, I think we are ready to begin. Please do like the stream if you have not yet liked the stream. And we're going to start with 9, because 9 is a magic digit in row 2. And so brought to you by the 9 Tourism Council. Rangsk and I, for the other day, were talking about the absolute worst Sudoku idea that I think I've ever had, which is we somehow came up with the idea of at most 1-2 lines, which is lines through the grid that contain at most 1-2. And then we came up with the idea of a paradoku for 9 people, where each person has only lines of the at most 1 form. So one person has at most 1-1 lines, one person has at most 1-2 lines, and so on, and they have to work together to solve the puzzle. Anyway, the point is I can never stick a 9 in any of these cells. Because if I stuck a 9 in any of these cells, it would automatically make the skyscraper correct because of the magic of the because of the magic of once you've seen 9, you've seen it all. So one of these is definitely a 9, and likewise one of these is definitely a 9 because of these 2 clues down here. So we've got all of those worked out. So we've got some amount of stuff going on with 9s here. Now, if you look at this region, we actually have a very generous 9 quad here that tells us that 9 isn't in any of these cells, and 9's not in any of these cells by Sudoku. So 9 is in one of these cells. But if I put a 9 here, there's a different problem. Namely, if I put the 9 here, I now have a correct thermo because I'm obligated to put a digit here that's smaller than 9 because there are only digits that are smaller than 9. And so I'd make the thermo true, which would be bad. So in fact, we get a first digit of a 9, which I don't think is the same 9 that Sayori has as their first digit. But let us get a 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Waha! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-ba, waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you so much. Much appreciated, as always. So there we go with that. Okay, so now there's some 9 stuff going on in one of these. I'm going to pencil mark a lot of crazy things in this puzzle because of this. Math Festo has already lost the bet tree. That was impressive. That might be an earliest possible losing of the bet tree. All right, so there is a similar problem with 9 in either of these cells. I am going to need to be reminded that you can't repeat digits on thermos because that is a weird rule to me. But likewise, neither of these can be a 9 because if either of these was a 9, it would be on a thermo tip, which would make it right as long as this is in the same region, which it is. And so that is a 9. And so now I have a couple cells that I get to pencil mark because of that. Namely, they can't be 9 because they see a 9, but they can't see 1 because they're on an X. Or sorry, they can't be 1 because they're on an X. So we have to be super careful not to put a 1 in either of these cells. So we're well on our way to a septuple. Perhaps it'll be a hidden septuple that we'll have to find in the column or something like that. Note, these 2 cells also can't be. So we're well on our way because these 2 cells also can't be, well, they can't be 1 or 9 because they share a region with a 9. So yeah, so these are also both not 1 or 9. Okay, so we've got some more hot pencil mark action going on now. Okay. So I know there's an 8 down here by quads. And so here's a point where, just to reemphasize what I said at the beginning, my brain immediately wants to say, so 8 is here because there can't be an 8 here. But that's not actually correct because all I know is that there's not a 3, not an 8, or not a 9 in this mess of cells, and it could be anything. Okay. So what else are we going to do here? So we've got the 9s there, got a 9 down here. Now, if the 9 is in one of these 2 cells, we have sort of an interesting sort of skyscraper problem going on. Right. Right. That's genius. Right. Yuri has an excellent point, which is that I can't start a skyscraper column with an 8. Uh, and the reason why is because if I do, well, I'm later going to see the 9, but I could never see anything else. So these actually can't be 8, which actually glares over to tell me that these aren't 8 either. So these aren't 8 because they're in a row with an 8. These aren't 8 because it would be starting a skyscraper clue with an 8. And so, in fact, 8 in this box is up here somewhere. And so where is 8 in row 9? 8 in row 9 actually has to be in one of these cells. And remember, it's not actually in one of those. But 8 being in one of this massive cells tells me that that cell's not an 8. Likewise, this cell now can't be a 2, because remember, if this is a 2, we still have to put an 8 in one of those cells, which will make the X correct. So we're doing a good job of whittling down the candidates here. We've got 2 more candidates out of both of these cells. We're practically done. So we've got that. We can do the same game with 8 in row 1. And in fact, actually, we can do even better with 8 in row 1, because I can't put it in front of a skyscraper. And I can't put it on either of these, because the only way that I could make an 8 work on a tip of a thermo is if there's a 9 in the bulb, because of the fact that you can't repeat. So yes, you could do 8-8 if you just interpreted the rules literally, but the rules specifically note this weird thing about thermos not repeating. And so actually, I can't put an 8 there. Hey, B. So, in fact, 8 has to go there. So that gets me some more cells that aren't things. And this can't be a 2 because now it is next to an 8. People asked how this could be a 2. Oh, this can't be a 2 because if this is a 2, both of these would have to be 1. I was thinking about them one at a time, but if I think about them together, if this is a 2, both of these would have to be 1 because I'd have to break them. Break them both. If this is a 3, these become a 1-2 pair. If this is a 2, it's not going to work either for the same reason. I'm going to have to make both of those 1. So we're really now... we've now reached the point where we know there's a 2 in here in this mess. So we now have the 2 in column 5 has been ruled out of all of these cells. Yes, I realize these can't be 2 either. So I think some in chat would be really happy if I noted that these can't be 1 or 2. And this one also can't be 9. Tallcat noting the 1 is also in here, which is even spicier, because we've now ruled 1 out of everywhere but here, and so we know where the 1 and the 2 have to go, because if this is a 1 or a 2, it goes next to one of these cells that's also a 1 or a 2, and that's not going to work. So this is the playing gooseberry thing. If you watch Cracking the Cryptic at all, Simon, whenever this deduction comes up, always calls it playing gooseberry, because I've got to put these 2 things in the column, but not next to each other. And so this digit's at least a 4, and it's not an 8 or a 9. And I know it's at least a 4 because one of these is a 2, so it can never be a 3, or it would be correct. Jolly naughty, indeed. So now these digits can't be more than 5 away from 1 and 2. So they can't be as large as 7, because if it were 7, it would work. So these numbers are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But notice these 2 are both in the same region as this 1-2 pair. So these are not 1 or 2. In fact, actually, 1 and 2 in this row are very restricted. So 1 in particular can only go in one of these 2 places. I'm going to go ahead and highlight that, because remember, 1 can't go in a bulb ever. But now 2, if the 2 doesn't go in the other yellow cell, then the 2 has to go here with a 1 immediately below it. Which I don't think is impossible, but would be quite forcing uh, in any event. Now, I should probably ask about 9 in this box. Yeah, 9 in this box, because of the thermo thing, those can't be 9, so one of these two is a 9. And likewise, these two can't be 8 either, because if these two were 8, you'll notice that I've already pared down everything that would break a thermo with an 8. So in fact, the 8 goes in one of these two cells as well. And the way I like to think about it is once you get 2 corner marks that match in 2 cells, they become center marks and become upgraded to the better marks. And so we get our 8-9 pair there. Let us, they merge. That's exactly how I think about it. So these 2 cells now I can actually write in. They are not 1, 2. They're from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at most. And so these are at most 7. But now these can't be 7s, because if these were 7s, they would not be able to work with the thermo because of the no repeating on wrong thermos rule. So these are not 7s, because at worst I could do 7 with a 7, but that's still not breaking it in this rule set or something. I think my brain only doesn't like that rule because I'm so sort of stuck in the mathy mindset. But if you're a biologist, I guess it works that way. It works sort of differently in your brain. But anyway, the point is, whichever way you want to look at it, either I've got 2 pairs in a quad making an octuple, or I've got a hidden 7 in this box. This becomes a 7. Biochemist. Sorry, I would never want to insult you by implying that you were a biologist. Now, this is very interesting. This draws my attention right away because I have to avoid having 2 consecutive digits in here. Correct. I see a couple people in chat pointing out that now there's no 3s in these bulbs either. No, sorry, there's no 3s in the bulbs. No 3s in the bulbs. Because now a 3 here would have to go to a bigger number because there's just nothing left. Likewise, no 3 there. So one of these two is a 3. Okay. So now this digit can't be a 5 anymore, because if this digit's a 5, it's automatically consecutive with this. And if this is a 4 or a 6, automatically this is the other 4, 6, which would, of course, work great for breaking all the X's. If this is a 5, though, then that's a 3. We can do a little more pruning because these can't be 6 either, because now they would force the thermo to be correct if those were 6s. So we have that as well. My 9 corner marks in this box have now removed 9 from this cell. In fact, 9 wasn't in this cell for some time, I suppose. Given assorted other remarks about life. Okay. Yeah, Brett, when you start watching someone filling in a Wrogn puzzle and don't realize it's a Wrogn puzzle, it can really throw you as far as how these things go. Okay, so Math Pesto pointing out we can corner mark a 6 here. And the 6 definitely goes with a 2, because this box needs a 6, and those are the only 2 places it could be. So I concur with that assessment as well. So we've got all of that. Let's see. 9 in this region is sort of pressured a little bit. I'm going to mark it. I don't think it's very interesting. I guess it's pressured into one of these 2 cells, actually, because it can't go there because of the 8-9 pair, and it can't go there because it would be the tip. So one of these 2 is a 9, which does give us our Z-wing on 9s between these 2 rows. And so All that means is that between row 3 and row 4, there are going to be 2 9s, and these are they. So I don't get any more 9s in row 3 or row 4. So in particular, none of these cells are 9s. These aren't 9s because of the pair. That's not a 9 because it's the tip of a thermo. So one of this mess is a 9. Now, is this being a 9 going to be a problem for these things? Let's see. Spunk asks if in row 7, column 5, if 4 cannot go there because digits can't repeat. So if this were a 4, that would have to be a 3. And then this would have to be a 1 or a 2. This would have to be a 1, 2, or 3, and that would have to be a 1, 2, or a 3. I don't know that I see anything wrong with this being a 3 and these being... I don't think we're meant to say that those can't repeat, are we? Maybe we are supposed to say that. Are these digits not allowed to repeat with each other because of the way the word... I think the... No, it says branching. So I think it's because this is the branching thermos are considered as separate is the way to read this. I assume that this caused Tallcat an enormous amount of pain. Because this is the kind of sentence no setter ever wants in their rules. Because of that. But yeah, if it were one giant thermo, then yeah, we and the no repeating would sort of force that. But yeah, I think in this case, that's not quite how it works. One of these being a 9 is really sort of spicy. It would sort of give us a thermo in that column, but I don't see anything wrong with that in and of itself immediately. These two digits I know are not 5. Do I know anything else about them other than that they are not 5? Because if they were 5, then it would automatically make them consecutive with this digit in the middle. This one I also know is not 9, so I'm really, really making a lot of progress on this one. Yes, hooray. It did not go as well as I had hoped, I'm going to be honest. Let's see. That's true. That's a good spot for Math Pesto. If I want to spam pencil marks, I can certainly spam these pencil marks because the biggest this bulb can possibly be is 6, and likewise the biggest this bulb can possibly be is 6. So the biggest this can possibly ever be is 5. So I can be on the lookout for questions like where does 9 go in this column? And I think there's only 2 answers. And where does 9 go in this column? And I think there's 3 answers. Oh, that can't be 9 because of the aligning 9s between these boxes. So this is technically an X-wing, I believe. Because if I look at... Oh, maybe not. Sorry, maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm misparsing this. I don't think it's true. I know one of these two is 9. I don't think I yet know that one of these two is 9. This is some sort of like finned X-wing nonsense, isn't it? I think this is a finned X-wing because the 9 can sneak off here, and I would prefer not to think about the words finned X-wing unless I absolutely have to. But I might absolutely have to. Let's see, what about 8 in this column? Is 8 in this? No, 8 in this column's got some... I guess 8 in this column only has 2 places, actually, because of that 8 quad. So I could go ahead and mark these as green and corner mark them, and probably a similar thing happens in this column. No, again. Oh, now I'm really worried this is a puzzle about finned X-wings. Because we've got another one. That's terrifying. Okay. So... got those. Let's see. these need to be all at least 4 because of the things we've done to the bulbs. So these are just a quad? No, sorry. I'm filling this in as though it's correct. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. The thing that's actually true is these are at most 7, but that's not great. Oh, right. Okay, so these 9s look down. Okay, so this is a good spot from Daniel. Welcome, Daniel, by the way. These 9s look down, ruling 9 out of this cell. That 9 looks down, ruling 9 out of this cell. This 9 in this box rules 9 out of all of these. So there's definitely a 9 in one of these 2 cells. And so now we do have a Z-wing on 9s in columns 8 and 9, because the two 9s in columns 8 and 9 are accounted for between these 2 boxes. So that's not a 9 anymore, for whatever that is worth. Okay. Four or 6. Oh, congratulations, Glum Hippo. Glum Hippo invented a pencil puzzle genre, which is now on Cracking the Cryptic, which is awesome. Can I? See, Jay says if I look at the thermo bulbs in row 5, I get a quintuple in row 6. Do I know literally anything about this thermo bulb other than that it's not 7, 8, or 9, and it's not 1? I think these are literally from everything. I think these are literally from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not 6 by corner. Oh, not 6 by the corner marks here. That's true. So they're from 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and so these bulbs are small. So that means these digits have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, very nice. Okay, and now we have the promised quintuple that Jay Dyer has spoken of. And so now, because we know where the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are roughly in this row, we need to place the 6, 7, 8, and 9 somewhere, and they have to go here. Okay, now lots of these we have things that let us pencil mark. So that's not an 8 owing to that corner mark. Could still be a 9. Okay. These numbers are all pretty middling. Let's see. Right. Someone pointing out, Diwa pointing out, I've got a corner marked 9 in this region that tells me that that's not a 9 either. So this is only a 6 or 7. The row 2 bulbs are not 7 by skyscraper logic. If one of these was 7... wait. It has a 5 in one of the tips. I don't quite understand what's happening. I think, was Paul Fly's point about where the 5 is in row 6? I think Paul Fly's point was that if I look at this quintuple, I know the 5 is in one of these 2 cells. And the fact that one of these is a 5 means that in order to break this quintuple, I need this to be a 6. sorry, in order to break this thermo, because one of those things is going to be a 5. So that's going to be a 6. So now ruling 6 out of these is going to mean these have to be 3, 5 because they need to stay apart. Because otherwise, if either of them is 4, it's consecutive with the other one is the point. That's the 4. No 3 there. No 4 over there. These I should fill in are not... oh, I was going to say they're not 6 by the x's, but that was not actually useful because they already weren't 6 by the x's. So I'm just going to undo that. These aren't 7 by the x's, though, and I think that is interesting because I think I was looking at 7s earlier already. So these are not 7. They appear to not be 8 and not be 5 and not be 3 either. And I think I was looking at 7s in these two columns earlier for some reason. And now I think it's going to be interesting that neither of those can be 7. These aren't 7. These aren't 7. These aren't 7. Okay, maybe I wasn't actually interested in 7s in this column because it looks like there's a lot of things in this column that can be 7. As best I can actually see it now. We might be like making a 7 jellyfish or something. Who knows? These aren't 4 or 6, though, while we're peeling out things that can't be things. Just so we can slowly chip away. Yeah. Math Pesto has a good point, which is that now we've ruled out everywhere in this region for 7 except in row 1. So one of those is a 7. And note if I put a 7 on a tip, the only way it works is if I put an 8 in the bulb. Let's see. Right. This being 7, Alima points out, if this is 7, it makes this 8, but 8 can never be the first digit in front of a 2. No, sorry. Sorry, no, that's not correct. If this is 8, that's 7. No, that's not right either. It's if this is 7. It's if this is 7. Sorry, my brain is lost. If this is 7, then this is 8. I don't see how that has anything to do with the 2 skyscrapers, though, yet. But several people in chat have said it, so I believe it's true, but it hasn't sunk in yet. When did these become... Oh, no, those have always been not 1. The question is, the question we still have to go back to is... can either of these really be 2? And I think probably at some point we're going to realize the answer is no. These 2 cells, Selena points out, both see both blue 5s. Because remember, blue is saying one of these 2 is 5. Well, both of these cells see both blue cells. So they're never 5. Also, digits can't repeat on thermos, so that's not 5 either. Okay, so this is a 3 or a 4. Do I have anything interesting to say about the fact that this is a 3 or a 4? I am afraid to say that I don't. I don't understand. Why, if this is 7, does it make that a 7? I feel like I'd want this not to be a 7. Actually, I don't even care. I feel like if this is a 7, the skyscraper is automatically broken because this is an 8. Nicholas sees that now in this central box, we've eliminated 5 from everywhere but these cells. And so one of those is a 5, which actually rules 5 out of there. And that's the only one. but it's true. An 8 in the second row is never a correct skyscraper. If I put an 8 in the second row and I know this digit's not a 9, the skyscraper is a 3. Yeah, an 8 in the second row is encouraged in front of one of these things. I do need to keep in mind, funnily enough, I can't put both a 6 and an 8 in this cluster, which is an interesting clue that I assume we'll know what it does at some point. I'm hoping we get to use the fact that I can't do both of them together rather than just that I'm going to fall into having placed one of them, which is maybe what I think is most likely is going to happen. Because it could be one of these is just a gate, rather than the fact that we're actually going to use that 6 and 8 can't be here. Okay, so if 6 is going to appear on this quad at all, it's going to appear there. I assume this cell is also going to be 1, 2, 3 for some reason. No problem. Skyscrapers lead to all sorts of weird brain hurt things, for me at least. I say wrong things about skyscrapers just about every time I try and do anything with skyscrapers. Okay, so all the quads are just gates. Okay. So should I be trying to ask myself if this can really be a 4 with a 5? I also keep wanting to ask if this can really be a 2 with a 1. But I don't quite see the problem yet. It might. I don't think there's any chance it forces the whispers, is there? I really don't think so. Let's see. And I do note, I know there's a 9 on this quad already. So the only thing I need is I need to know sort of, is there a 3 or an 8 also on it? And then I'll be in good shape. 9 here. If I did put a 9 here, I'd have to put a 5, 6, 7, or 8. I guess it would have to be a 6, 7, or 8 would have to go there, but I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, again, I'm not sure. I know one of these two's a 9. I know one of this massive cells is a 7. And I'm not going to accidentally, if I place a 7 here, be unable to place an 8 in this row, because there's already an 8 in the row, which sounds like the sort of Tallcat-y thing that I would look for. In this row, I actually notice only 2 of these cells can be 9. Are we building a skyscraper on 9s? Does anyone know what a skyscraper is? I don't think I know. But I think this might be a skyscraper on 9s, but I don't think it's going to tell me anything. Because the 9 in this row is in one of these two, and the 9 in this row is in one of these two. But I think it is going to end up telling me something like these two cells can't be 9 that I already knew. I don't think it tells me anything. Is there any chance I know which of these is 9? I don't think so. Rangsk will confidently tell me it does not do anything, which I appreciate. Let's see. Still this weird like issue with the 9s over here are a little scary. Row 6. and row 9. Ah, yep. Yeah, we've got 9s in this conflagration of spaces. And so the point is, actually, this one does do something. This one does something in a technical sense. Because I know one of the purple cells is 9, and I know one of these two are 9. And so what that actually tells me is one of these two is definitely 9. Because if neither of these were 9, it would force 2 9s into column 9. That's the traditional skyscraper thing. So what that tells me is that this cell is not a 9. Which is very exciting, except that there's already a 9 in the box. But other than that, it was a spectacular use of a classical technique put in by Tallcat. I mean, why couldn't I put 1 2s and 3s here, Nicholas? I think putting a 1 2 or 3 there goes great. Let's see. There are these 2 quads that both mention the digit 6, but I think they are useless. I know there's not a 9 there, but I was not worried about that. Yeah, Nicholas, you watched me pencil mark them as though they were correct thermos earlier, and then immediately back it up. So I have also done that. I still keep trying to try to see why 2-1 breaks. Because that would make these a 1-2 pair if it were true. But maybe actually the 2-1 pair is what Tallcat used to resolve this whole mess. These can't both be from 2-3. Is that interesting? These can't both be from 2-3 either. Is that interesting? Definitely, probably not. Is that the phrase? And yeah, these being 9s creates this weird sort of thermo thing going on, but I don't think there's anything wrong with these being thermos. Row 7, column 6. I'm not surprised that the 4-6-7 quad has the bet tree on it. I feel like that is very likely. It's just here to disambiguate a deadly pattern or something at the end, and it's got a whole bunch of extra digits crammed in there just to make sure that you don't accidentally use the clue for anything. It's like copyright protection or something. See, if one of these were 4... You know, funnily enough, Rangsk, we're 50 minutes into an irregular puzzle, and I think you're the first person in chat to mention laughing out loud like that, which usually chat is very happy to do for irregular puzzles. So that suggests to me that there's not anything, because I suspect if there was something, chat would have found it, but maybe. If one of these is 4, it does put an awful lot of low digits into these cells. But I don't see any problem with them going into those cells. Like something like this would be a natural thing to look at, perhaps. If I highlight the whole grid and remove all the regions that are entirely covered by that, then the sum of the remaining cells is 0. That seems helpful. There's 4 different cells in this column and 4 different cells in this column that I know are small. Oh, Kelly points out that there is a 7 in one of this mess of cells. Because there just has not been a 7 yet, and an 8. So 7 and 8 are sort of corner marked away down here for what it's worth. If row 6, column 7 is a 6, where are the 6s in row 8 and 9? Yep. That'll do it. So this cell, this is by Yabervin. If this cell is a 6, we sort of run out of 6s. Or the other way is to ask, where are the 6s in these 2 rows? And the answer is definitely not here. And so the 6s need to be in these 2 boxes, but each box can only get 1 6. So therefore, both boxes have a 6. And therefore, neither of these digits is a 6. That's a 7. Great spot to Yabervin there. Apologies if I am butchering your screen name. So that's not a 7 anymore. That's not a 7 anymore. So let's see. Very neat, though. So Olima did something on row 6, column 3. Row 6, column 3 is a 9 by law of leftovers. Do I really want to try to do that? I don't really want to, but if you tell me exactly what is involved, I might try. Okay, so using the fact that these digits are a set of the digits 1 through 9, so there's no 9 there, so there has to be a 9 over in one of these cells, but I know those cells aren't 9. Do I know for sure this cell isn't 9? I don't think I know for sure this cell isn't 9. This isn't an 8 because there's an 8-9 pair in column 3, Playmaker points out. So if that's not an 8, then I need this to be smaller. So now these are at most 6. Which you better believe I'll pencil mark. In particular, that one's not a 7. So now there's only 2 places for 7 in this row. Oh, yeah, and this isn't an 8 anymore because of the 8-9 pair as well, Nicholas points out. So now 7 either goes here with an 8, or 7 goes here in the row. I was hoping if the 7 went here with an 8, that would somehow eliminate 7 from this cell, but I don't think it does. Sayori is correct. If this is a 7 by the skyscraper thing, then what I have to do is I have to go 7, 8, 9 in this row, so I'd have to put the 8 there and the 9 there in order to make it work. What happens with the 8 and 9 if this is the 8 and if this is the 7 instead? Because if this is the 7, it also fixes the 8 and 9. Is there a long look ahead that tells me this? Okay, so let's do a long look ahead. So if this is the 7, what we know is this is the 8 and this is the 9. If this is the 7, what happens is that this is an 8, a 9, an 8, and a 9. So this is always the 9. Is the point of all of this. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But we'll take it. So that's going to do a lot, because it's also going to place the 9 there, which is then going to place the 9 there. So that is also going to... get rid of that pencil mark. So that's a 6-8 pair now. I can get rid of the purple because the purple was keeping track of where a 9 was. And I can get rid of the green because the green was keeping track of where a 9 was, I think. I hope. Creekers doesn't think that was right? Oh, green was where 8 was? Oh, green was where 8 was. Okay, so then this has to be an 8. Right, okay. Thank you, Creekers. This is the 8 for the column. Okay, got it. So we can get rid of the green now. Okay, 9 in... yeah, 9 in this pyramid scheme is now there. Let's see, and we've got a bunch of 9s now. So I need a 9 in this row and a 9 in this row. Oh, and they're just in this little Z-wing pattern. No, because the skyscraper needs to be wrong. Creekers, because this is a wrong puzzle. So if this is a 7 and I put the 9 there, then this clue would be correct, but it's supposed to be a wrong clue. So weirdly, it's wrong because it's right, or right because it's wrong, or whatever on earth is going on is what happens. So yeah, so that's why it went that way. Let's see. On the one hand, this was a disgusting look ahead. On the other hand, it was really obvious you should do the disgusting look ahead once you noticed this 7 resolved the 8-9, because this 7 also obviously resolved the 8-9. So the look ahead itself was disgusting, but at least it was obvious you should do it. So I'm none of which is to say whether I believe Tallcat intended it or not. I do not know, but that is true. Okay, so places 7 in row 9. Row 9, column 3, not 7. By bottom clue. Yes. If this is a 7, now it makes this skyscraper correct. Right. Row 9, column 3. If this is a 7, because the 8 is over there, then this is not that. So this is the 7. So that is not the 7 up there. These digits only have a handful of things. Hey, Kodak, how are you doing? 1, 2, 3, 5. Good. Column 6's 7 is now placed, points out Sayori, because it can't go here because there's a 7 in the region, and everything else is just pencil marked that it can't be 7. So this is a 7. I could have just pencil marked the column, and there would have been a 6 tuple of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because this cell C happens to see 6, 7, 8, and 9 in various complicated ways. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now 6 in this column is now in one of two places. So we should keep track of that. Oh, and I know which one. I know which of those is 6 because as soon as this is 7, this is 8. So now that can't be 6, and so now the 6 in the column is there. And as soon as the 6 in the column is there, that can't be a 1, so it has to be a 2, and that's a 1 in order to make the German whisper wrong. The 8 and the 9 are now on this quad, and so now we know the 3 in this universe is over here somewhere because of this quad. I don't know if it does anything, but presumably it will do something someday. This number needs to be less than 8, so it could be anything from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we've got the 8 and we've got the 7. Okay, column 4's 6 is now placed and being told, are we? Yeah, I'm sure it's not there, right? Okay, so Math Pesto sees that. So this is a 6. And so this number needs to be bigger than 6, so it has to be a 7. So that's not a 6. That's not a 6. So this column now needs an 8 in one of those two places and needs a 1 in one of those two places, right? Are these a 1, 8? No, sorry, the 1 could go there. Darn it. Let's see. So what can this cell actually be is maybe what I should ask myself. Just about anything it wants to be. Fantastic. Okay. I'm trying to understand. Yes. Okay, that I love. Okay. Best step of the puzzle. This 3, 4, 5 triple, Michael sees. This 3, 4, 5 triple all sees this cell. And so this cell can't be 3, 4, or 5. So this cell is always a 2. There's no 2 down there, no 2 down there, no 2 up there. Isn't that just the sort of thing that just makes you tingle with excitement? It always does for me, at least. So this isn't a 5 because of the corner marked 5 in these cells, by the way. If this was a 4, this would be a 1. Because if this is a 4, it completes the 3, 4, 5 triple, which is a 1, which makes the V correct. So this is never a 4, which gives me a 1, 3, 8 triple. And that 1, 3, 8 triple then rules 3 out of all of these cells, which makes them a 4, 5 pair, which makes that a 3. Means none of these are 3. None of these are 3. Oh, so now the 3 is in only one of these 2 cells, so that's not a 3, and that becomes maybe interesting. Because now one of this mess of cells is 3. So this cell is never a 3, because now the 3 in row 9 is definitely in one of these cells, and all of those cells see this cell. So we should pencil mark this and then mention to Mark that this cell's not 3. Okay, Sayori says we've got a lot of 7s in the grid. So no 7s in these cells or these cells or these cells or that cell. So that is a 7 by pure Sudoku. Now this row needs a 7. And it's not going there, or there, or there, or there, or there. So this row 7 goes there or there. Oh, this 9 I should pencil mark tells me that this number is at least 6. So this is a 6 or a 9, just in order to make sure that I don't accidentally make a correct German whisper. Let's see. Oh, 8 in this box. Oh, 8 in this box is placed by Sudoku. 8 in box 1 by Sudoku. No 8 there, no 8 there, no 8 any of those places, so that's an 8. So that's a 6. So that's an 8. So that's a 6. That's not an 8 anymore, so that's an 8. Probably if I'd found that 8 first, it would have made the weird deduction I did with this a more sensible deduction. but we did not. So let's see. So 9 in this... Oh, never mind. I was going to try and place a 9 in row 2, but probably need to be careful about that. Okay. This 1-3 clue tells me that this is neither a 1 nor a 6 in different ways, is Constanza's point. So this is not a 1 because actually one of those two cells is a 1, and whichever one is a 1, it sees this cell. But now there's definitely a 1 on my 1-6 quad, so there can't also be a 6 on it, or that would be a problem. Which now tells me that there's both a 6 and a 7 down in this quad down here. Because I can't put the 6 in these cells and I can't put the 7 in these cells, which tells me by the 4, 6, 7 quad, I definitely put the 4 in these cells for whatever tiny amount that helps. And these aren't 7 and these aren't 6 for whatever that is worth. Yeah, we've not used this V yet. Row 8, column 1 can't be 7. I am being told. Because 7 in this region is ruled out of these two cells. So 7 in this region goes into one of these two. And so glob, 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 glob says that therefore this cell can't be 7. So we are spared from the indignity of an early bet tree by a 7 and a 6 going into the grid. So let's see, we've got a 6 over there. So 6 is now placed in this box, I believe, if I have Sudoku'd correctly. And 6 is now placed in this box, I believe, if I have Sudoku'd correctly. And now we've got all but 1 6, so I should hopefully be able to find the last one if I try very hard, and I think it goes there, which then, by my corner mark, seems to mean that this needs to be a 3, which makes this a 1 and a 3. Makes that not a 1. This not a 3. Those are a 1, 2, and 5. So what else have we? Sadly, this 4 or 5 pair does not see this. I don't see 1 in column 1. Row 6, column 6. Can't be 1 or you'd get 4 or 5 in the bulbs on the sides. Oh. So let me phrase that slightly differently, but it's a great spot from Kriegers. The way I'd phrase it is one of these two has to be 1. Because if neither of these is 1, these are a 3-4 pair, which means both of these are bigger than 3, which makes them a 4-5 pair, which breaks that cell. So one of these is 1, which means this isn't. So those are a 4-5 pair, which now means that these are not 4. These are 1 and 3, and I can remove the blue there. Okay. Let us mark row 3. That's a good idea. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this digit is at most an 8, I guess. But let me also fill these in. We did a really disgusting look ahead, Tallcat, that I am sure you're very proud of. If this was an 8, this would have to be a 4. Because 8 and 4 are 4 apart. I will remind myself because I have not done well with that recently. Yes, if you're tall, then you can see very, very far ahead. Let's see. 2, 4, 5. So one of these two is a 3. 3 in row 9 is placed, Amy points out. So that's always a 3. So that's not a 3. So we have that. Row 9, column 3 can't be 5 because of the skyscraper. Oh, do I need to pencil mark this to see that? Probably, yeah. If this is a 5, because this can only be numbers like 2, 4, and 5, if this is a 5, these are a 2, 4 pair, and that's a 9, which would make the skyscraper true. A couple people, I think, saw that. So this is always a 1 or a 2. One of these two is a 5. I'm being told that in row 5 and row 6, there is an X-wing on 1s. I don't know what Tallcat wants me to take out of that. I still think there's multiple places that 1 can go in the column, right? Because 1 can go here and here, I think. 1s are restricted in column 2 and 8. Right. So the point is, thus, oh, the bet tree sees a 1. Oh, wow, that's so far away. Okay, never mind. Okay, so this is much easier than what Tallcat is doing. So in this column, Sayori's point is that the 1 can't go here, which I could not see because the 1 was so far away and in a different row, and because I'm blind. But aside from all of those things, this can't be a 1. This can't be a 1 because of the 1 there, and so the only place for a 1 is there. Oops. So I'll put a 4 in it just to keep everyone on their toes. So none of those are 1s. It was very sneaky, very sneaky. Okay. But now to go over Tallcat's point. Tallcat's point is that in this row, one of these two is a 1, and in this row, one of these two is a 1. And therefore, in this column, one of these is a 1, and in this column, one of these is a 1. And therefore, if I put a 1 here, I need to make both of those 1s, and that does not work. And the same is true over here. So we have those. There is a 4 looking at this cell. Martin points out we've already corner marked the 4 and everything to make our jobs easier. So that is a 3. So that's not a 3. So that's a 4-5 pair, which has made that a 2, which has made that a 4 or a 5. This now is a 1 or a 3, just to finish off the column. This is not a 2. This is not a 2 or a 3. If this is a 1, this needs to be a 4 or a 5. Oh, this can't be a 1 because of the same weird Z-Wing, X-Wing hybrid thingy. Because we said one of these two has to be a 1. So this, therefore, is definitely not a 1. So it's a 4. And now this needs to be literally anything because none of those things are far enough away from 4. But that's a 1. So no 4 up there. No 4s down there. 4 in this box goes in one of these two cells, which means that cell's not a 4. And so funnily enough, that cell's not a 4 because of our corner mark over here. So that in a really bizarre way has placed the 4 in this box, making that a 5 and a 4, making that a 5 and a 2 and a 1. Okay, so this V never did anything in our solve, I believe. It probably was intended to do something or was there for symmetry or something. I don't know, but it never did anything in our lifetimes. Unless someone remembers, but I really think we never used this V at all. 2, 5, 4. So no 4 goes up there, no 2 or 4 there, no 1 there. This V technically got us a single candidate elimination. It didn't do anything interesting, but it did do something. This is a 1. The rest of this row is a 2 and a 5, apparently. No 5 over here. This yellow cell, I mean, I'm not complaining about it. You're doing it. There are lots of clues that do interesting things, but you're sort of obligated to have some clues that don't. Yeah, as Michael says, this V gets the participation trophy. This is a something. This is a 2. It's here a 5, 7, 9. But yeah, you're never going to have a wrong puzzle where every clue does something captivating. So there's a 5, 7, 9 triple in this row, which makes that a 4. And that a 5. Let's corner mark down here, where we seem to have an 8, a 9, a 1, a 4, a 5, an 8, a 7. Hey, Dorlier, how are you doing? A 9, a 7, a 5. And I believe our bet tree is a 2. So congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Neat puzzle. There's a lot of cool stuff going on in here. I'm curious. I'm sure I'll get a comment from Tallcat that either when I said, like, this is a really long look ahead, but it's obvious that it's worth doing the really long look ahead. I'm curious if that was the intended path or if there is a different step there in the middle that we did when we used this sort of like there were 2. So the thing we did, Tallcat, is we observed there were two places for 7 in row 1, and they were here and here. And this one told us the order of the 8 and the 9, and this one, through a long string of digits, told us that this was an 8 and a 9, and so these were 8 and 9 in this order. That was the intended look ahead. It was the real long look ahead is the friends we made along the way. I don't know why, but that joke will always get me. I will always be happy about it. Yeah, I mean, as soon as it was pointed out, the second I said it's the 7s in row 1, that is exactly what happened. Because, it sort of played with this. And I was like, we're probably not going to get lucky. But then we got lucky, and so we filled in some digits and went on. Alrighty. I am going to take a real quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. Yes, Zach got a long rest this time, but I will be back shortly with another puzzle and another Zach dance, hopefully. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue along our series of doing my old puzzles, and I'm going to sneeze. Uh, Welcome, Troy, by the way. Uh, so, first of all, uh, I would like to formally apologize to Rangsk for this puzzle, because Rangsk, if you do not know, accepts and has for a long time accepted open submissions for his stream. So I submitted this to his stream back probably a little before it was published on LMD, or approximately then. So I did that. And then Rangsk was like, oh, I've got to go to a wedding in 50 minutes or something, but I've surely got time for another puzzle, and then pulled up this puzzle, which we'll say required a lot of pushing to get through in the hardest part. So anyway, so this is definitely a 5-star puzzle. This is definitely peak Zeta craziness, because there's a bajillion rules in this puzzle, which I usually try not to do anymore. But we'll read over them anyway, and I will say things about them. So number one is normal Sudoku rules mostly apply, just telling you there aren't any regions in this puzzle. So it's really a Latin square. So digits 1 through 9 in every row and column. So that is that. We have to break the grid into ominoes, which are like mini regions. And so digits can't repeat in ominoes, but the ominoes do not have to be of size 9 like they would in a chaos construction. They just have to not have repeated digits, and they can be any size they want, from 1 up to 13 or even higher, if you can find enough digits between 1 and 9 to not repeat them within that omino. Selena was hoping it was not a Philomeno chaos construction, and then it's like, oh god, it is a Philomeno chaos construction. So number 1, I think, says the same thing as number 0. Number 2 says no two omnos can have the same shape, including rotations and reflections, as being the same. So I will tell you right now, why is this here? This is here because all shame ominoes, my name for one cell ominoes, have the same shape, including rotation and reflection. And so what this rule was able to do was able to let me place a shame omino fairly early in the solve, so that basically this rule just reads there's not more than one shame omino, because if you've done these puzzles before, you'll notice that monominos are the worst thing in the world. And so knowing that there's only one of them, and so once you find it, you get a huge reward, is a rather nice thing. And it comes up for other shapes as well. But that's why I sort of came up with this, because I didn't want to just say there's no monominos. Also can't be more than one domino, right? Because dominoes also have the same thing. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? Okay, each omino contains a size clue, which is either a circle or a square. And the circle or square just tells you the number of cells in that omino. So if it's a pentomino, the digit will be a 5. There's exactly one size clue for every omino. So we don't have to worry about like having the two circles merge or anything like that, because it would cause all kinds of problems if the two circles merged, but just explicitly, that's not a thing. We're not doing that. So the circle square, and here is where we get to the ridiculous part, in case it wasn't already ridiculous. The circle square gives information about divisibility. So when the size is a circle, it gives the additional information that the total of all the cells in the omino is divisible by the size. And when the size clue is given in a square, the sum is not divisible by the size. Okay, this is a Piotr V rule that I just stole because I liked it. The idea was sort of like, I think in Piotr V's puzzle it was maybe a little different, but Piotr V had this idea of like the ominoes have to have sum divisible by their size. And when I originally started setting this, I recall that I tried to set it in such a way that every omino would just have size or sum divisible by its size, but it turns out that didn't work. So this was one of those puzzles that I sort of like iterated on over and over and over again until I sort of found the right, in quotes, rule set to make this work. So we have all of that. That's sort of the standard stuff. And then we have Kropkiominos rules. So this goes all the way back to the second puzzle I ever set had almost this exact rule set about sort of like Kropki dots that also tell you information about regions. In fact, actually, that puzzle got done by, of all people, Mark on Cracking the Cryptic, which is a very weird that Mark did a like weird region building chaosy sort of thing puzzle that I had made, but it did happen. So what does that mean? So white dots are usual white dots. Oh wow, this is the first 5-star puzzle that Math Pesto ever solved. That is an honor. So white dots say two things. They say simultaneously that the two digits involved are consecutive, like a normal white dot, but also that they're in the same omino. So as you can see in sort of the example puzzle that is slowly creeping up at the bottom, you can see we've got 3, 4, 5, and because they're white dots, there is a string 3, 4, 5, just like that. A black dot indicates that the ratio is 2 to 1, but also indicates that they're in different ominoes. So black dots also sort of give you a free border. And so as you sort of see the simple sample puzzle scrolling up on the bottom, you can see that, yes, this black dot separates two ominoes, this black dot does, etc. And now, the nightmare part, all possible white dots and black dots are given. So that is to say that if there's a border like between this 1 and the 5, actually the fact that there's not a black dot here tells me these don't have a ratio of 2 to 1. Okay. Now, please note, it's perfectly fine that this 2 and this 3 don't have a dot between them, even though they're consecutive, because even though they're consecutive, they're in different regions, so they would not be a valid place to put a white dot clue. Likewise, this 2 and this 3 would not be a valid place to put a white dot clue because they're in different regions. And ditto, this 2 and this 4, they have a ratio of 2 to 1, but I can't put a black dot clue there because it would be a ratio of, because they are in the same region. Okay. And I used to do this thing. I've not done this in a while. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I've included a grid where actually I broke like all the rules just to show you the different things that you're not allowed to do and to give you a chance to sort of look at the grid and make sure you actually understood what was wrong with the various things. And then so they're labeled with letters and red circles to say, hey, don't do this. Don't put 2 1s in the same omino, and etc. Don't put a black dot between 2 things that are in the same region, etc. Okay. So now we are prepared for the puzzle, I believe. All right. Was my example puzzle wrong? My example puzzle's wrong, right? Sarah's completely right. There should be a white dot there between those two. Okay, let's check. Did anyone in the LMD comments notice this? Did I promise to fix it and then not? Let's see. Sarah might be the first person who did this, or who spotted that, yes, the example puzzle has an error because the example puzzle should have a white dot between the 3 and the 4, and it doesn't. It's okay. There are plenty of puzzles where there's an error that someone did spot that I said, oh, I'll fix it. And I'll give you a guess what percentage of them I have actually fixed. It's not 0%, but it's also not, it's not a lot of percent either. Alrighty. So first things first, we get to draw borders on all the black dots. And if you have done a bunch of my puzzles, Oh, the grid's not all visible. How did that happen? Oh, probably because the previous puzzle had outside clues or something? Oops, not that far. How about that? That looks better to me. Recrop the Kropki. So if you have seen puzzles that I have done before, you've probably seen something with almost this exact structure in the upper corner, because I've done this exact structure a lot. I missed a black dot. Let's see. I'm trying to grab all the dots here, and we're going to get a lot of free stuff just by reading the rules. Yes, I should put on row and column labels. You are absolutely correct, which is going to require me to recap or recrop it, but that's okay. I have figured out how to move this thing for now. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Especially anything that doesn't have regular regions. I get very screwy with the row and column labels. One more dot in row 2. Yes. Now, we get some more borders because of the fact that every region only has one size clue. So, for example, there's got to be a border between these. Because otherwise, if these joined, they would have more than one size clue. And likewise, these. That might be the end of this story for that deduction. Okay. So, first deduction on top right corner. Oh, yes, top right corner. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Okay. So, first deduction, I mean, there's a bunch of first deductions you could make. This can't be a monomino, because a monomino would sum to 1, and 1 is divisible by 1. And so square, remember, means not divisible, I hope. Square means not divisible, right? Yes, square means not divisible. So the square can't have size 1, exactly as 57 Thorn says. For similar reasons, this can't have size 2. Because if this had size 2, well, the sum of the digits on a Kropki dot is never going to be even. And so this can't be size 2. It has to be at least one more in size by the divisibility trick. Likewise, that sort of then bullies this square by the exact same sort of 57 Thorns logic. This square, again, can't be of size 1. Because it would be divisible by 1. So it grows there. And now it's big because it's at least of size 4. And that now lets me cut off those two things from joining. Okay, so we've got all of that. Let's see. The other two things as well in row 3. Right. This also needs to not join that. That would be bad. Would be very bad. Okay, so we've got that. And so one of these two circles can grab this, but they can't both grab it, of course. Okay. So what do we now do? Oh, there's a border up here that I haven't filled in. I've been very border negligent. I keep looking to see if that breaks for some reason, but it does not seem to. Oh, I see the problem. This breaks. Oh, maybe not? Because this could be like size 8 or something, can't it? Maybe, possibly. There's some horrendous mess going on up here with this. I'm just looking for things like, can this really be 1? Because if this couldn't be 1, it would make my life a lot easier. Oh, if this is bigger than 1, this digit's a 5. And that doesn't work. Yeah, this growing, this doesn't work. Because in this universe, I've made this a 3, which means I've made this a 6, but it doesn't have 6 cells to take. Because that's the only one it could take. It can't take that one because it's explicitly forbidden from doing so. So actually, we have identified our Shaimamino. And we have our first digit of 1. So let us bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-doop, ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop, 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 wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So if that's a 1... Wait, isn't this broken? How can that possibly be a 2? I feel like I've already confused myself. Oh, because it's not the size of anything. Never mind. I'm being a doo-doo head. Yes. This can be a 2 because this is not the size of something. It's not in a circle or a square. Okay. So now, what are the sizes of this? Well, this at most has size 6, right? At the very most, this takes the cells in this Y. Oh, no, this could run off and take those. Never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something wrong again about how the world works and that sort of thing. Let's see. Right. Martin has a good spot, which is that this digit now is bigger than 2, so it extends downward. That's certainly true, so it's at least 3 at a minimum. Can't be 4, 8 because of the 4. So if I try to make this... okay. I think the problem is if I extend this... No... okay, right. I do have 3 Kropkies in row 1, so that does tell me that I've got an odd and an even on each of these. And so that means this is odd. Oh, there's a given. There's a given. Neither of these are allowed to be 4. Because there's a given 4 down there. Okay, so these numbers are each at least 3, and they're not 4. Okay, however, they're also on a black dot, so they're not 5, 7, or 9. And they're not 8 either. Yes, that invisible given digit. And now this one is certainly not a 3. Because if this was 3, this would need to have 3 cells, and it definitely doesn't. So that's a 6, and that's a 3. That was probably much easier to do than the thing we did that we started with the Monomino. Because I think the thing we started with the Monomino was probably more complicated than we strictly speaking needed to be. I'm going to go ahead and ring the border just so that we don't have any accidents. Oops. Okay, so this is a 4, just not a 5. This is a 4 because it's next to 3 and it's not 2. And we're going to go ahead and give this a color. And so this is a red. All right. Okay, and this is going to be 6. So it always takes this cell. Because, in fact, there's only 6 cells it can take because of this white dot. If this tries to take 6 cells by going up here, it accidentally gets a 7th for free. So it can't take more than 1 cell in that direction, and it also can't take more than 1 cell in this direction. And so our Y is fixed. So all of that is done. Okay. Now, because we have found our Monomino, we are not allowed any more Monominos. So this is at least a domino, just by things. This digit, we know its modularity. It has to be 2 mod 3. in order to work. So this has to be a 2, 5, or 8. All I mean to say is I need to choose a number that will make this sum divisible by 3. And this can't be a 5. Because if this were a 5, it would be next to the 4, and it would need a white dot, which it does not have. So this is only a 2 or an 8, it would seem. Anti-whitening. I love the phrase anti-whitening. I think we once used the non-unique omino rule on like an octomino or something at some point later in the solve, but I only have very hazy recollections of what on earth happens. I was one thing I remembered because I looked at the LMD comments was that I changed the solution code because I missed a negative constraint, so I just flipped 2 rows or something like that. Do I know that? Right. Okay. So yeah. So if these numbers are high, this is a good spot from Globaglob. If these numbers are high, they would have to be 7, 8, 9, but that would put a 7 or a 9 on a black dot. That's not going to work. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this one's not a 3 or 4. Oops, I am not pressing buttons well. This one's not a 3 or 4, and it's not a 5 by the negative constraint. So actually, this one is only 1 or 2, making this 2 or 3, and this 3 or 4. We can only have 1 domino. We can only have 2 triominoes. That's correct. So this is 3 or 4. So this is 2, 6, or 8 by trying to carefully write out what omino things can be. So there's definitely a 2 in one of these 2 cells and definitely a 3 in one of these 2 cells. I'm just going to note. So this thing is at least of size 4. Oh, and it can't even be of size 4, because if this was a 4... Oh, no. It could be a size 4. That's fine. But it's at least of size 4. 4 at minimum. Let's see. Oh, yep. Very good spot, Selena. So now this is not a 2 by anti-blackening, because if this was a 2, that would be a 1, and there would be a black dot. So ergo, this must grow. And it's not a 3 either now. And so actually, it's not a 3 or a 4, actually, because there's a 3 and a 4 in the column. And so this is actually forced to grow to be at least 5. Whoop. And it sort of gets bullied out like that. This thing, remember, can't possibly be a monomino for lots of reasons. So we get that like that. That's definitely not part of this. Now, if this grows, there's only 1 more cell it can take. But the 1 more cell it can take would give it size 6, which would repeat 6 in the column. So in fact, actually, this is going to be of size 5, if I am counting correctly. So we can make up a color for 5s. Now, do note there's no rule that cells of the same size can't touch, or ominoes of the same size can't touch. That's perfectly allowed. But I'm coloring the ominoes so we can keep track of the don't have the same shape rule. Okay.
Doing a puzzle by some crank.
Something like that, yep. So 1, 2, oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, just for the sake of filling these things in. Okay, I kind of regret that now. I am going to undo that. That is too many pencil marks. Hello, honey. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, Sarah and Amy.
Oh, these 2 can't connect, and these 2 can't connect because of it would create a region with 2 circles. And so this circle grows. Do you need me to go on break?
No. I was just asking if you wanted anything.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Have fun. Hey, Nicholas.
But now this cell sees a 4. Oh, did I cheat? These two don't connect. Sorry, oh. Oh, did I do something? I probably did something dumb. Oh, right. This circle could take those two. Yeah. Why did I assume? Yeah, for some reason I assumed these two connected, but I have no particular reason for assuming that. I think is what Chad is pointing out. And this could take that. Okay. That is a slick spot to Medhi. That definitely wasn't intended, but I did see someone find it, I remember. 5 in row 6 is now placed because there's a bunch of black dots in row 6. And so the only cell in row 6 that's not on a black dot that's also not in green is this one. So that's a 5. And we can actually do 7 and 9 now, almost, because 7 and 9 now have to live in here in the row because they don't have anywhere else to go. So we've got that. Very good. Okay, this is not a 4, but I already knew it was going to be a 4. Let's see. This thing's got to grow in some direction. Row 1, column 5 is 6 or 8. Ah, right, because this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. And I mean, 5 wasn't relevant because it was on a black dot anyway. So this can only be 6 or 8. So this can only be 3 or 4. And so this is 2. Well, it's not 2. So this is 3, 4, or 5 because of that. Thank you, Ambrose. So yeah, this is 3, 4, or 5. Oh, and I can extend this black line because oh no, I can't. Because this could go, never mind. There's definitely a 4 on there for whatever that is worth. Right, there's no 8 down here. 57 Thorns points out. Because if there were an 8 here, that would cause a problem. With this. I do need to remember that this needs to sum to a number divisible by 5 at the end of the day. So 5 plus 7 plus 9 is 21. So I need something that sums to 4 mod 5 at the end of the day. That's probably not excessively restricted, if I am being honest. 1 in column 4 is very restricted, I am being told. Yeah, that's true. I can't put 1 in any of the circles. I can't put 1 in the middle of 2 white dots. I can't put 1 on a white dot in the column because there's a 2 in the column. 1 isn't 3, 4, 5, or 2. So the 1 in the column actually only goes exactly here or here. That is very, very restricting. I agree with that. I know there's a 6 or 8 in these two cells for whatever that is worth because of the way the white dots worked out. Let's see. I don't think this cell not being part of this region works. If I hypothesize a border here, then this region now has to grow. Oh, no, never mind. No, I'm right. If I hypothesize a border here, this region has to grow. Well, where is it going to grow? It's going to grow here and then there. And now this cell is not part of any region. So that doesn't work. So this cell is always part of this region that is of size 5, 7, or 9. It can't go left again because it would get a second size clue. So circles and squares both give the size of the omino. Circles mean the omino sum is divisible by the size, and squares mean the omino sum is not divisible by the size. Green can't sum to 35. That is good. I keep saying that this cell can't be 4 by anti-white dot, and then realizing that there was a given 4 that makes that not possible. Ah, yes. Great spot to Medhi. This can't possibly be a 9 because 45 is divisible by 9. If this were a 9, the sum would have to be 45, and 45 is divisible by 9. So 9s can only show up if they're in a circle. So there's definitely a 9 and an 8. On one of these dots is a 9 or an 8. So either that's 9, 8, or that's 9, 8, 7. Which is very helpful. Let's see. That was a very good spot. So let's see. What do we do with it? So that means this size is pretty big, I guess. This size can't be... Oh, maybe it could be 5. I'm being told this is actually only 1, 2, or 8 if I set it down yet, because it's not 7 or 9, because we know the 7 and 9 are down there. There are 5, 7, and 9 in column 7. Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, so in column 7, there's an awful lot of real estate eaten up by black dots. And so Medhi's pointing out that I have to put 3 of 5, 7, and 9 in these 4 cells only. And in order to do that, they have to be these, because I can't put them next to each other along the string of dots. So these are 5, 7, and 9 for sure. That one's not 5 for sure. So this is a 7 or a 9. Very nice. This is also 5, 7, or 9. And so this is the other 6 or 8. Just to make that all work out. So 6 and 8 only connect to 5, 7, and 9. So that's also a 5, 7, or 9. So one of these two is definitely a 7, I guess, is one of the morals. Can I possibly make an 8 that's divisible by 8? Does that turn out to somehow be impossible? That sounds like the sort of thing I would have thought was cute a long time ago. If I probably can. Missing a 5. Yeah, missing a 5 does it. Yeah, so I'd have to leave out a 5. If Tristan is listening, can Tristan post a pin to the pin the right puzzle? So one of these two is definitely a 9. Row 1 column 8 is not a 6. By the negative constraint. Right. If this was a... Wait, if this was a 6, these would be 5, 7. Why is that breaking the negative constraint? I don't see that breaking a negative constraint. Breaks column 9. But there wouldn't be a dot, because the only dot that's allowed between regions is a black dot. So you only get black dots between regions and you only get white dots within regions. So even if this is a 6 and a 5, there would not be a white dot there. So is the problem these two connecting? Because I'm noticing if these two connect, then by what chat has told me, this can't be an 8. Yes, right. This is never a 7, because one of these two is definitely a 7. I agree with Sarah there, because these are, because of the white dots, meaning that they're in the same region, these can't be the same digit. So one of these is a 7, or we've got a big problem. So that's never a 7. So that's a 5 or a 9. So this is either 5, 6, 7, or 9, 8, 7. Wait, is this always a 7? This is always a 7, right? Yeah, this is always a 7 is the point, because this is now either counting up to 7 or down to 7. Okay, so that's always a 7. Okay, so now JLib has a good spot, which is that if this is not going to connect to this, how is this getting to 6 cells? And keep in mind, it can't now take these two, because that would cut off this. So if it goes in this direction, it goes at most that far. So it always connects. And then when we combine the fact that it connects, it now makes this a 6. Because if this were an 8 again, it would need to be missing a 5. And it can't be missing a 5 because because it has a 5, 7, 9 triple in it, so it's not missing a 5. So this is a 6 and that's an 8. And so that's a 5. It's a 7. That's a 7. That's a 9, 8, 7. That's a 9. All of that sort of falls into place. And so the current sum is 13, 18, 27, 35. We need to be divisible by 6. And we can't add a 7, so we need to add a 1, right? So the next digit here is a 1. So in particular, it's not that 2. So this 2 joins its friends down here. And this is getting a 1 either there or there, it looks like to me. I don't think we know which it does yet. This region is now always joining this white dot. I don't know exactly when that might have been true for forever. I think that's actually been true forever. But if this region, oh no, not when it could be size 5. But now that this is size 7, it has to take these two or it's not getting to 7 cells. So these join. That therefore is not part of this. And so therefore it joins that circle. That comes in there. And now this can't be 3, is being pointed out by Nikolai, because it would need a white dot. So no 3 there. Also, JLib has a very good spot that I've put an 8 on one side of a black dot, and I could probably fill in the other side if I tried very hard. So I will do that. So those are a 4 and a 5. I'm going to fill in the rest of this row just to make sure. We've got 1, 2, 3 left over, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we've got an 8 left over. This one, though, is only an 8. Because this cell now of 1, 2, 3, and 8, the 2 and the 3 are definitely in this white dot string, and the 1 is above it. So this is a naked 8, which is incredibly bizarre. So I think that gives us this string of ridiculous stuff. That's not a 2. That's not an 8. Oh, and it's not a 6 either because it's on a black dot with a 4. So it is a 2. Now I think we have a pretty narrow range of what the... Oh, no, we have a pretty wide range probably of what this can be. So could be 1, but not 2, 3, 4. Could be... Oh, can't be 5, actually. Can't be 6. Can't be 7. Can't be 8. So this is 1 or 9. Does one of those get broken by the sum? So those sum to 9, 15, and 23. Yeah, if this were 1, then this would be a circle, because it would sum to 24. So this is in fact a 9. And so that is not a 9 down below. Oh, also 1 can't go next to 2 would also be an interesting way to figure that out. Okay. Medhi points out that in column 3 now, these are now forced to be a 3-6 pair because conveniently I have every other black dot digit on Earth. So these are a 3-6 pair, giving us another sort of 5, 7, 9 triple. That one not being the 5 in that triple, just to sort of finish it off. Row 5, column 2, Jay points out, now sees a 2 sudokologically, so it needs to grow, which is going to give us the sort of the geometry that I erroneously put in before. So we've got this thing is going to grow, and it actually still needs to grow because it also sees a 4. And so it's going to grow again, which is going to create more chaos of that sort as this grows. What sizes is this allowed to be? Will Mark tell me? Well, it's definitely not of size 1. So it is of size 5, 6, 7, or 8. It sounds like. Oh, this is a 1 or a 3. I can probably put together. What size can row 3, column 4 be, though? That's a good question. Because this is now only 6, 7, or 9. Could it maybe grab? No. Is the point that it's always... No, maybe this grabs that, possibly. Let's see. Globaglob says this must be an 8. A 1 forces an 8 in row 6, column 2, breaking the negative white Kropki. 1 forces an 8 in row 6, column 2. Oh, is it just a matter of what this digit is able to be? See, this digit is always a 1, 6, 7, or 8, but we know it's never an 8. And I know it's never a 6 because one of these is a 7. So this 7, 9 corner mark is doing a lot of work because that can't be a 6 either. So this is only a 1 or a 7. And so and this cell is 1, 7, 8, or 9. It can't be an 8 because an 8 here would force a 1 there and a 7 there at the very least. So this is always a 1, 7, 9 triple. That's the point. This is always a 1, 7, 9 triple. That's weird. There just is nothing else it could be. And so if this is a 1, 7, 9 triple, I definitely don't repeat the 1 inside the cage, because the knowing the 7 and the 9 were here was just such a potent restriction on what could happen to this cell. But the way people in chat were doing it, I think, was to say that 5 and 7 and 9 sum to something, and then saying, okay, what would the sum of the other two have to be in order to make this circle correct, and then noting that that wasn't going to work. And so now the 8 doesn't go next to 7 or 9, so that's a 1, a 7, and a 9. So that is not a 7, and that is not a 9, and that's not a 9. Ah! And now this can't be a 6, because if this is a 6, it would go next to a 5 or a 7, which is not allowed. So that's a 5, and that's a 7. And this is done now, because it is 5. Oops. Okay, so this is 5, and it gets to be a slightly different shade of green, because it's also a 5, but it's a different 5. Okay, so we've got that. So now that's a 5. Okay. So this is 4 or 6, and this is 3 or 7, just for sake of keeping track of what's going on. Okay. It's now obligatory that one of these is a 3, 6. So when I go to fill this in, it's not actually ever a 3 or a 6, because once the 1 is gone, I can't do 2, 1, 2, 4, 8. So one of these is a 3, 6. So therefore, this is only ever 4 or 8. And if this is a 4, that creates an even bigger problem, because if this is a 4, now I can't make 2 black dots at all, because the 2 other black dot digits other than 3 and 6 are 2 and 8. So in fact, this has to be an 8, which means that has to be a 4, which means that has to be a 6 and a 7. It means that's not a 6. And now... So 2, 4. So one of these black dots is 2, 4, and one of them is 3, 6. And of course, this one's not a 2. So this one's not a 4, and this one's not a 6. So this one's not a 3. So this is always 4 or 6, going with 2 or 3 in that order. The 8 region, Jaleb points out, the 8 region does not have a 5 in it, because the 8 region needs to sum to 40. As we previously discussed, and 40 and 8 is missing a 5, so the 5 does not join the 8. This, by the way, is a 7 or 9, just for the record. So we've got all of that. Row 6, column 8 is suspicious. Okay, this only gets one more cell to it. So it's either that one or one of these others. There's a 7, 9 pair in column 4, which is just going to give me a naked something here. Oh, no, sorry. It's a 1, 3 pair. It's a 1, 3 pair. And these are going to be 7 and 9 as well. To finish out the column. Would it help if I told you that you did this puzzle before, right before you were going to a wedding, Rangsk? Okay, so this is a white digit that's next to a 7, so it's a 6 or an 8. Nicholas pointing out that because this is a 4 or a 6, then we'll do that. I'm sure you remember the solve path as well as I do. Oh, placing a 9 there seems to have made this into a 7. Row 6, column 8. On a vertical black dot. But still, can't this be like anything? 1, 2, 4, 6? Oh, I guess it's not a 6. Okay. Right. This being a 3 doesn't work because of the 6 in the column. That's what Chad has been trying to get me to see. I needed Mark to show me the red 6 to see that there was a 6 in the column. So yes, this being a 3 does not work because that would then be a 6. Okay, so that's a 2 and that's a 4. These aren't 2 or 4. So this can't be a 1 anymore because that would make that a 2. So this is a 4 going next to a 3 or a 5. Row 8, column 6 is a 7. Oh, is this the only place for 7? Yeah, this is the only place for 7 in the row. Is that the last 7 in the puzzle? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, this is the last 7 in the puzzle. Okay. This white dot needs an even digit, and 2, 4, and 6 are gone. So this white dot definitely has an 8 on it. And that 8 has to go with a 9. And we know the order. So that's an 8 and that's a 9. So where do 8 and 9 go in column 1? I guess I have a little bit of optionality. No. I think 9 is placed in column 9. 9 doesn't go on a black dot. It doesn't repeat in this region with a 9. It doesn't go on a white dot with a 4. It doesn't go in a row with a 9. So this is indeed the 9 in the row. In the column, I believe. This seems to be a 3 or a 5 by virtue of what digits go with what digits. 8 is also forced. Oh, yeah, I can't place 8 there. So now, you're right. Now that this is the 9, now the 8 is forced here because I can't repeat the 8 there. So now that is an 8. And now that lets me draw a region border between these two because 9 and 8 would have a white dot between them. Never mind that I knew this was a 4 and I'd already had 4 cells in it. We're not going to talk about that. We're just going to go ahead and give 4 a color and move briskly onward before we talk about that too much. These need to sum to something that is divisible by 4. I should pause and think about that real quick. So these sum to 13. So that is 1 mod 4. So these need to be 3 mod 4. So if I make this a 3, this needs to be 0 mod 4, which does not work because the only option would be 8, and that's not even an option. So I think this needs to be 5. If I am doing my math correctly. And so 5 plus 9 is 14. That means this needs to be 2 mod 4, so it needs to be 2 or 6, I believe. So we have that. That helped a lot with row 9, chat is pointing out. Probably I can figure out what's going on with this black dot now that like a bajillion D digits are going. It can only be a 2, 4. And so this is the other thing. This is a 3, I think, actually, which is very helpful with that. Makes that a 5. Certainly, by the way, these two are in the same region. No avoiding that. Hey, Kajito, how are you doing? I hope the answer is well. Column 8 is only missing 1 digit, I am being told. It is a 1. Because this one's a 1. The last 9 is placed probably. Stream is going well. I am having a good time. Let's see. That is now the last 9. Let's see. Let's fill in these. Okay, so that makes that a 6 and a 5, which makes that a 2, which makes this a 1 or a 4, and it's not a 4, so it's a 1, and that's a 3 and a 1. That being a 1 is annoying, because now this region that needs a 1 can get a 1 wherever it wants it. That's a 1, though. This row doesn't have a whole lot left. Apparently it is a 6 and a 4. In order to make that all work out. And that has made that a 2 and a 4. This region can't take that 1 because it's a 1. And it already has a 1. So this region already has a 1. So therefore, its last digit is either there or there. If its last digit is here, it would have to be a 2. Oh, so the last digit is always a 2? I guess. This 1 is grabbed by one of these. This one is grabbed by one of these. If this 7 doesn't connect to this dot, it's not getting to 7. I should probably fill in the black dot here before I do that, but this 7's going to grab those cells. These two cells are forced because there's a 3, 6, and a 4 and an 8, so these are a 1, 2, and I know the order. So this cell is also a 3, 6. And so funnily enough, this lets us draw the line backwards because these would need a black dot if they weren't in the same region, so they are in the same region. Now, the 7 region definitely does not take this cell because that would make it into a region of size 8. So therefore, it takes this as its last one. We don't have a color for 7s yet, so we need to pick a color for 7s. 7s can be shades of yellow, we'll say. So we've got that going on like that. These two need a border between them because if they didn't have a border between them, it would be 2 consecutives that didn't have a white dot. So now this grows up because of that. Like that. And so now this 2 next to this 5, they can't join because that would put 2 4s into a region. And so now this is joined in. In fact, this Z is forced. And so that is a 5. So it can be another shade of green, or it can be the same shade of green. Because it's not in danger of sort of overlapping over there. Let's see. Let's fill in the rest of the cells. That 3, 6 pair seems to make that a 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 6 and a 3 and an 8 and a 6 and an 8. Now we get to play the find the geometry game to disambiguate this. Let's see. The 2, 4 have to get out. Yes, Panthera is correct. This 2, 4 has not found its shape yet, which now means this joins this shape down here. There's no dot between the 7 and the 8, so that creates a border there, which means this grows over here, which keeps it apart from that. And this already has a 2, which keeps it apart from that. So it grows again, which then lets me do that. So this 5 certainly can't take the 6. And so it's going to now be that shape. So here we can have another Simon sweater, just to keep it balanced. So let's see. So can look at that. Row 7, column 2 goes right. If it does not, right. If row 7, column 2 does not take this cell, Math Pesto points out, it will be obligated to take, well, it'll be obligated to take this cell, which will repeat the 6, and we don't want that. So it does take this cell, so it does not take, it doesn't take that cell. So whatever this is, it needs to get its clue from out because it doesn't have a clue back there. So it joins this, which would better mean that this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, so these have to join because otherwise this doesn't have anywhere else it can get a circle. It now is completely isolated from getting circles. So 6s are shades of purple. This can be carnival cake. 8s, do 8s have a color? Oh, maybe 8s don't have a color yet. Do 8s really not have a color yet, or am I just not seeing it? I think 8s really don't have a color yet. Let's see. Is there any color we have not used? I don't think there is a color we haven't really used, so it can be brown. We can make all the 8s brown. Oh, we haven't used blue. We haven't used blue at all. Let's make 8. Let's reward 8 with a nice blue. There we go. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so now got 2 5s. Okay, so yeah, this region only could go there. These 3 6 are also connected, right? They have to be in the same region. 3 6 in column. Oh, right. The 3 6 in column 7 has to grow because it's now trapped. And as it grows, 7 can't go next to 6, so that's going to be a 3 and a 6, and a 6 and a 3. To go there. Let's see. Okay, so can this take the 9? It can't. So this tetromino can't join with 6 plus 3 because then it would not be divisible by 4. It would sum to 14, which is not divisible by 4. So therefore it must go down and down, which gives me this, which makes this orange. Get rid of that. And so these join. And these need to go up. Okay, so now if these join, there's many, many, many problems. So we'll not do that. Okay, so my Nenomino here now is forced to grow past that cell because that cell's not enough. So it has to grow to that cell, but as soon as it does, that means it can't grow to this cell anymore. So this cell actually grows over there. And now we just sort of inch things along, and we get all of our omino's structures, I believe. So we have that. That and that. Okay, so this is a 6. So it gets to be a shade of purple. It can be royal purple. This is a 9. I don't have another 9. So it can be the brown. And this is a 7, which means it gets to be imposter yellow. And we can fill in the 3. And then we are done. Yeah, I know that when I solved it, when I was setting it, you were supposed to use the no repeat things around these ominoes, but we snuck around doing it because we saw some Sudoku stuff that I did not see when I was setting this. Because I certainly this time we did not use the not repeating shapes thing aside from the no one ominoes, because it turned out there were no dominoes. But it was intended that you do it more, at least at the time. Thank you, Danita. We could have used some math on digits and circles and squares. That's almost certainly true. Yeah, you might be able to ignore it altogether. I wonder if you ignore it altogether, if it's possible there are extra monominos or not. I'm not sure. It is certainly possible. Alrighty. Well, let me take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with another puzzle. So see you all shortly. Hello, everyone. Hope you are doing well. As Nicholas in chat says, we're getting close to 3,000 subscribers, so please subscribe if you have not yet. And if you click the little bell icon, it will actually tell you when I start streaming or post a video. Otherwise, it may not, because YouTube is weird like that. So by all means, please do that. I don't think we're close to having solved 3,000 puzzles. Let's see. I can check how many puzzles we have solved. As of when it was last posted, the answer was 1,204, but it hasn't been quite updated yet. So Leo is asking what the etiquette was for saying about things you see. Feel free to share the things that you see in chat. I enjoy it being a sort of collaborative experience overall. So definitely do that. Let's see. I will try and copy the link this time, since I think Tristan is distracted playing a video game. Let's see. I will grab the link, paste it over here. Trying to be a fancy YouTuber, actually pin the links. All right. So the rules here are that every line and every cage sums to either 13 or 14. And digits can repeat if other rules allow. And so the thing I immediately see is that there's a set of 3 cells that sum to 13 or 14 that is a subset of a set of cells that sum to 13 or 14. And so it must be that this is a 1 and these sum to 13. Thank you, Danita. Yeah, we finally got the hair purpled. So yeah, when we were moving, the story of the purple hair is that when we were about to move, I did a sort of fundraising stream for the move where I did a 24-hour stream, which was crazy, but a lot of fun, and I appreciated it. And I said if I raised a certain amount of money, I would dye my hair purple, which I then did, but I did not know enough about dyeing my hair, so my hair was imperceptibly purple after dyeing it purple. And so then I went back and I actually dyed my hair purple. So that is the in a way that it's actually visible. So you have this. You can like scroll back in the Discord if you want to see the picture of like if you really zoom in, you can see the slightest tinge of purple going on. So these sum to 13, and then these need to sum to 13 or 14. Interesting. Let's see. 2 and 6. 1, 2, and 3 are not part of 2-digit sums to 13 and 14, is Sayori's point. So therefore, these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Thank you, Sayori. And likewise, 1, 2, and 3 are not parts of 2-cell sums to 13 and 14. So same idea. And now that means that this cage has a 1, a 2, and a 3 in it by Sudoku, a word I almost never say. And so those 1, 2, and 3 must go with a 7 or an 8, depending on life's choices. There's definitely a 1 in here by Sudoku. Right. 1, 2, 3 in box 9 also can't be on a 2-cell sum to 13. So there's a 1, 2, 3 right there. Putting a 1 in this box as well. So What is going on now? 1, 2, 3 in box 8. Ah, yeah, 1, 2, 3 and box 8 are just bullied into here as well. Again with a 7 or an 8. So there's a single 7 and a single 8 between these, because if these had the same sum, that digit would go here, and there's not a 7 or an 8 here. So amongst these cells, there's 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s, and a 1 7 and 1 8 exactly. Is what is happening. This is also 7 or 8 because it goes with 1, 2, 3, and it's part of this. And so if this is a 7, 7 goes with 6 or 7, but 7 can't go with 7, or that would be a problem. And 8 goes with 5 or 6. So this is a 7 or 8 with a 5 or a 6. 5 then goes with 5 to 13 would be 8. 5 to 14 would be 9. 6 to 13 would be 7. And 6 to 6 to 14 would be 8. These two digits have to be consecutive, I'm realizing. So one of these two is definitely an 8. Because these two digits need to sum to 13 and 14, the line and the cage. So one of these is always an 8. There's a slick spot from Garion. There's a 4 in this box somewhere. And it has to go with a 9, because that's the only way I get to 13. And so if I put a 9 here, I strand a 4 without a friend. So that's never a 9. So these are a 7-8 pair. And there is a 9 and a 4 over here somewhere. And so which of 5 and 6 goes with a 7-8 pair, you might ask? And the answer is 6, because 5 plus 7 is too small. So that's a 6. And then these are a triple of some description. That does not involve a 1, 2, or a 3, or a 7 or an 8. Good job, Mark. So these are a 4, a 9, and the other one, and a 5. And probably this is the one that's the 9, because if this is not the 9, then one of these lines is a 4-5 line, and 4 and 5 don't add to the right thing. So this has got to be a 9. So there is a 6 and a 9. I actually know, because of this magic point about the 4s, that one of these cells is a 4, because I can't put a 4 in two different sums. But I can't put a 4 here either, because if I put a 4 here, it would have to go with a 9, but there's already a 9 in the column. So that's actually the 4 in this box, and the 4 always goes with a 9. And then we've already got a sum to 13, so this is the sum to 14, which then does that. Yeah, this is a really cool rule set, Danita. I am surprised how much fun you can have with this little simple idea. Okay, 1 or 3 probably do not go with 5, and 7 doesn't even go with 5, actually, so 8 actually goes with 5. Also, these aren't 1, 2, or 3. These are 6 and 7. But 7 plus 8 is 15, and 15 is too big. So that's a 6, and that's a 7. So those aren't 7. That's not 8. So probably this... Well, let's see. What's the none 1, 2, 3 digit in here? There's a 4 in here. 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry. There's a 4 and an 8 in here is the things that are left over from the column. And so those sum to 12, and so they need to go with a 1 or a 2. Not 7, 4. That is not a 1. So the 3 in the column is in one of those two places. For whatever it is worth. Let's see. The last 1, 2, 3 in column 7 is over here. Is that interesting? Right. It's not on those because the 1, 2, 3s don't go in a one-digit sum. So Sayori's point is that in this column, there's definitely another 1, 2, 3 because I've only got 2 of them so far, and it doesn't go in a 2-digit sum. So it goes here, and it's not a 1 because of the 1 there. So this is a 2 or a 3 only. Let's see. Dorlier says this can't be 8 because if I make this 8, then these two digits, I guess, let me say it the opposite way. These two digits sum to at least 9, so therefore this digit needs to be at most 5, so it's not an 8. And these two digits sum to at least 9, because they're a minimum 4 or 5, because the 1, 2, 3 are gone, and therefore this needs to be at most 5. So actually that's a 1, 3 pair, which actually gives us that's an 8. And remembering that these are different, that tells us that there's actually a 7 in here, not an 8. These, though, same deal. They sum to at least 9, so this has to be at most 6. Sorry, at most 5, same deal, though. Same idea. These also sum to at least 9. So this needs to be at most 5. So there is a 1, 3 over there. So yeah, that gives us a 1, 3 pair, which actually gives us a 7, and 8, and a 7. Over here. So this digit is a part of 3 different sums to 13. Oh, no, it's not a part of 3 different sums. It looked to me like it's a part of 3 different sums. It is not. But this is 2 digits that are each the part of 2 different sums. In order to be a part of 2 different sums, how big do you have to be? You have to be, I guess, at least 5, because 5 is... so these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But that one's not a 7, and that one's not an 8. Yeah, that's not at all interesting. Never mind. Oh, 7 is not... Because 7 plus 7 is 14 doesn't work, is being pointed out by Sayori. I agree. Oh, right. Okay. And Jay Dyer pointing out, I know there's a 4 in this box somewhere, probably. And the 4 has to go with a 9. And so I can't waste my 9 in this box. And 5 plus 6 is not enough. So just if you've not seen thinking about it this way, if I made this a 5 or a 6, I would make these a 5, 6 pair, and they would definitely add to 11. So I can't do that. So I must make this an 8, is the way I think about that. And now this is a 5 or a 6, but even a 6 requires me go to at least 7. So this is always 7 or 9, I suppose. And I guess 8 goes with 5 or 6 in both directions. So where does the 4 go? It certainly doesn't go there because 4 plus 5 or 6 is not enough. So the 4 does go there, which means it goes with a 9. Which means this is a 5 because 9 plus 6 is actually too big. It means that's a 6. It means this is the other one. Mark may be able to get it this time. Mark got it. Good job, Mark. No 4 over there. Okay, so 7 in this box. Am I getting any tension on that? The 7's definitely on one of these lines in this box, for whatever that is worth. Okay, so the 7... let's see. People are asking us to ask Mark politely about this box. I know that this is not a 1, 2, or a 3 because I already have 1, 2, 3 in the column. So that's a 6 and that's a 5. And 5 plus 6 is 11. Plus 2 or 3 sounds good to me. I probably don't add 1, 2, or 3 to either of these things because it won't get me to enough. So that's got to be a 7, and that's got to be a 9. That is my last one of those. So there's now a 9 hanging out over here somewhere. Yeah, there sure is. If 9 is on this line, these are summing to 13, so 9 would need to go with 2 things that sum to 4. That doesn't work, actually. I can't put a 9 in either of these cells. Because these 3 cells I know sum to 13 because these sum to 14. But if I want to sum 9 and 2 digits to get to 13, those digits have to be 1 and 3. But there's already a 1 in the box. So that's actually the 9 for the row. And so this is a 4 or a 5, but it's not a 5, so it is a 4. So that places the 4 over here. It's being pointed out there's a 2-3 pair looking at that, making that an 8. And so this is indeed a 1 or a 2, as claimed. These are now a pair after I clean up the 2-3 stray pencil marks. 5, though, only goes with 8 and 9, and this digit can be neither. So this is actually a 6, and that's a 5. And this needs to go with a 7 because 8 and 9 are gone. Thank you, Jobo. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. That is a 2 or a 3. Okay, great. So let's see. 9 and 7 are each sort of pushed up here. Okay, I should fill in what I know about these digits. Well, at least this digit, because these sum to at least 9. And so, therefore, this digit sums to at most 5. So this digit can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it can't be 2 or 5. Oops, sorry. It can't be 2, 4, or 5, apparently. Is that really a 1-3 pair? Really? Yeah, this is really a 1-3 pair. Okay, so that's a 1-3 pair in the row. So, therefore, that's certainly not a 1. And so these digits are, again, not 3, not 1. So these are 5, 7, and 9. 9 can't go in a 4-cell cage because 9 with 1, 2, 3 is already 15. So that's never the 9. 9 here also makes me worried, but it would just work if I did 9 and 4 and 1, annoyingly. So that is technically possible. Column 5 and column 4 both have a lot of Sudokuing that we can do because we got a 1, 2, 3 triple here. So these aren't 1, 2, or 3. And these aren't 1, 2, or 3 either. Oh, sorry. They're just not 1 or 3. They could be 2, except there's already a given 2 in the column. Oh, Danita has gifted 5 memberships. Enjoy your memberships, everyone. Thank you, Danita. Let's get you a donation dance. Let's see. We've got Sayori, Constanza, Thomas, Andrew, and Texas Game Mom. Thank you, Sayori. Thank you, Danita. And enjoy your memberships and enjoy everyone who's a new member. You can enjoy your Zach emotes. So let's get you a donation dance, Danita. Thank you. Do 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 do. Woohoo! Do 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 do. Woohoo! Do 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 do. Woohoo! Ba 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 ba. Thank you, Danita. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. Always love seeing that. Thank you. Thank you. And enjoy your Zach emotes. Okay. We probably know something about this sum now, right? If I don't use a 9, what's the biggest I can make these two? If I don't make this a 9, actually, if I do make this a 9, is that a problem? Is this annoyingly plausible to be both a 9 or not a 9? I think it is, which is horrible. Okay. Man, that was so much Sudoku. I thought it was going to help. The 9 in the column must go with a 4. Okay. So the 9 here. So one of these two is a 9, which means the other two things can sum to at most 5. So neither of them is a 6. So one of these is a 9-4, and the other is a 5-6. And the 9-4 go with a 1, and the 5-6 goes with what? A 2 or a 3. Okay. So that is all well and good, but I don't think it tells me anything. Yes. So, Sayori is pointing out, I know there's no 9s in these cages. And so Sayori's point is in this column, one of these two is a 9. We'll use the imposter yellow to mark the 9s. And so that gives us a legit X-wing on 9s, meaning that we can't put a 9 there or there or there, or there or there or there. Sorry for those of you who bet 9. You've been really getting put through the ringer lately. This digit needs to be at least 3, which is not very helpful. 2, 1, 2, and needs to be at most 8. So I think this is 4, 5, 6, or 7 is what is actually happening. Now, I think whichever 9 is here, I think it's also going to have to go with a 4. Because I think even if I put a 9 with a 5, that's already too big. So there's also some aligning 4s in these two cells, which are going to be Simon's sweater for some reason. And so those align with those 4s. Again, true X-wing, again, meaning that that digit is never actually a 4. Let's see. Row 6, column 6 is a 4 or a 6, say some people. Okay, so let's look at this. So if this is a 1 or a 3, these two sum to 4. Then that would be a 9 would be okay. I think that's okay. I don't think this has to be a 4 or a 6 that I can see. Oh, there's a 1-3 pair in the box. Okay, good. Yes, there's a 1-3 pair in the box. That helps. So that 4-6 and that 4-6 are a pair, meaning that is a 5 or a 7 only now. Hidden 1 and 3 in column something, but because of the stupid YouTube heart, I am in suspense as to what column. In column 6. Okay, so yeah, that is true. There is also a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column that was looking at that cell, making it not a 1 or a 3. Let's see, JC Gadar is pointing out that, yeah, actually, wherever the 9 is, it puts a 1. So one of these two is a 1, and one of these two is a 1. So actually, we get another true X-wing on 1s. Which is going to rule 1 out of both of those cells at the very least, because I need to put a 1 in each. I need to put 2 1s in these total cells, which means this is also not a 1. It is a 2 or a 3. Is row 8 column 2 not a 1 because of this? That I'm less certain about. Okay, so if this is a 7, something goes wrong. I don't quite see exactly what's happening. Yeah, these corner marks are probably excessive. Agree. Row 5, column 4, and row 8, column 4. Ah, right. Is this incapable of being a 2? Do I know that this can't be a 2? So one of these is 4, 9, and one of them is 5, 6. Wait, can't 5, 6 go with a 2? 5, 6 could go with a 2, annoyingly. I'm being told this cell is quite restricted if I remember my 1, 2, 3 triple. So unfortunately, 8 seems plausible to me. As far as I can tell. Row 8, column 6. Okay, so this is not 1, 2, or 3, so this is 6 or 9. Okay, so if this is 9, it has to be 9, 4, 1 exactly. But even if this is 6, this still can't be 8. Because 6 plus 1 is 7. That means this is at most 7, so it's never 8. So this is a 4 or a 5. Okay, so 4, 9, 1 would work. 5, 6, 3 would work. Oh, people are correct. That does place 8 in column 6, so we get a slightly early bet tree. So congratulations to all the 8 bettors. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Hopefully now the puzzle will solve from here, probably. So either these are a 4, 9 with a 1. If these are a 4, 9 with a 1, then what happens over here? We get a 5, 6 with a 3. That works just fine. Or these are a 5, 6, in which case those are a 4, 9 with a 1. There is an 8 up here. An 8 in this box would require exactly a 1, 2, 3 to go with it. Is that a problem for the 8 to go with exactly a 1, 2, 3? Or is that actually a good thing for the 8 to go with a 1, 2, 3? Oh, okay. So I think that I'm being encouraged to think about the rule of 45 with this. So those sum to 4, 14. So those are 14. So therefore, these need to sum to 12, 13, or 14 in order to make this work. But all of those are possible. Everything has a candidate that works. Because those sum to 14, so then I need these to sum to 12, 13, or 14. 12 is fine because 12 plus 14 is 13 plus 13. 13 plus 13 is fine because these don't need to themselves, the like cross sums don't need to do that. Oh, right. These can't be 5, 7 is part of the point. So they can't actually sum to 12 because one of them is 9. Okay, so if one of these is definitely 9, now let's do it. So 4 plus 10 is 14, plus 9 is 23, and I need to sum to at most 28. So that means this digit, the remaining digit needs to be at most 5, which means this can't be 7. Okay, that is a cute way of thinking about that. I had missed the corner marked 9, though, but yeah, that does work. So that's a 7. Okay, I believe that. So these need to sum to at most 7 themselves. If one of them doesn't have a 1, that doesn't work. Both of these need a 1, because if either of them doesn't have a 1, then they sum to at least 2 plus 3 plus 1 plus 2, which is 8, which is too many. And so therefore that's a 1. So that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 3. That's a 3 because, again, they both need a 1. So that's a 2 and a 1. And so, in fact, we actually get that. So that's a 2, a 3, and a 1. Going on over there like that. So that's a 3. Neither of those are 3. The 3 in this box joins the 8 in the cage now by Sudoku, and the 1. So there's a 1, a 3, and an 8 in here. What do they go with? A 1, a 3, and an 8. Oh, wait, sorry. No, the 8 could be here. But the 1 and the 3 are definitely in here. So the question is, can a 1 and a 3 go with an 8? If a 1 and a 3 go with an 8, those sum to 12. So they would need to be joined by a 2. Okay. Sure. Let's see. Sayori says that this can't be 8. Creates a 2-3 pair above it. I don't see why that's a problem immediately. Not that I can see anyway. Okay, I think Sayori wants me to do more marking than I have been doing, which is a little unfortunate, but we can do it if we have to. So what can we say for sure? Can we do any sort of improved marking? I know one of these two is 9, right? I think that's one of the consequences of my X-Wing, is that one of those two is 9. Yes, that sounds correct. One of those two is 9, so that's not a 9. And one of these two is 4, so that's not a 4 either. In fact, there's a 4-6 pair outright there. So this, I think, can only be 5 or 7, so that's certainly never 2. So that's a 6-9 pair in the row. So that's not 6 and that's not 9. So now that this is at least 6, I can't put an 8 on this line. That was pretty gross, I'm going to be honest. And so there is an 8 now in this box with a 1, 2, 3 for sure, because 8, 1, 2, 3 is the minimum it could be. And therefore, and in fact, actually the 8 is just placed. It's just there. 8 there. Okay. So we've got that. Was the idea that if I only pencil marked this cell, I could have gotten all of that? It's possible that I could have gotten it by doing that. I'm not sure. Anyway, there's probably a more efficient way to do that mess of penciling. But at least we got there. Question mark. There's a 1, 2, 3 triple now, so that's not a 2. So now if this is a 9, do we break? We could do 9, 1, 4, unfortunately. Which is very, very unfortunate. There is a 2 over down here somewhere. See, I mean, maybe I should look at what this can be in light of how many weird wings there are floating around, because I know this can't be a 4 or a 9 because of the two various wings that are looking at this cell. So this is only a 5, a 6, or an 8. But I don't think that does a lot. Yes. What else can we do with our lives? Yes. Where is 8 in column 2? The answer is only there or there. And why can't this be an 8? Because the 4 in the row goes with a 9. So the thing that's not a 9 goes with a 3. 8 plus 3 is 11. And 1, 2, 3 are gone. Ugh. So the point here is that, remember, one of these things has a 9 on it, and that thing eats the 4 for the row. So if I put an 8 here, I'm now minimized at an 8 and a 4, but also that 9, 4, it ate the 1 down here. So I'm actually minimized at 8, 5, 3, and 8, 5, 3 is 16, which is too big. So I can't put an 8 there because of that somewhat messy optimization. So therefore, that's an 8, and that's a 2. So we've got that. Let's see, the 4 in this row is in one of these two cells. I don't know if that's interesting. Row 6, column 3 should be quite restricted. That's true. So these two need to sum to either 5 or 6. So this needs to be at least 2. Sorry, at least 2, and at most 2 plus 2. Sorry. At most 4. So this is always a 2, 3, or 4, but it's seen by the 4 X-wing and the column. So this is only a 2 or a 3. I'm told there's only one more 8 in the grid, which is promising. There indeed seems to be one 8 here. Let's see, so that is a 2 or a 3. This could be a 1, 2, or a 3, annoyingly, because this can be a 1, 2, or a 3 as long as it goes with a 7, because 6 plus 7 is 13. In fact, actually, where is the last 1, 2, 3 in row 6? Sayori has a slick way to see this that is much better than what I was about to do. This row needs another 1, 2, 3, and it can't go in a column with a 1, 2, 3. So this is forced to be a 1, 2, 3, which now actually forces this to be a 7. Which now gives me that over there. So we have the 1, 2, 3 business. That's no longer able to be a 7. 7 in box 7. So now 7 in box 7 is down here. 7 plus 9 is too big, so this is a 6. This gives us the 4 and the 9. And then we've got all of this. And so then we are in good shape. So that is a 5 and a 9 and a 5 and a 4 and a 9. Those 4 9s go with 1s. So 6 and a 5. That's a 4 and a 9 going with a 1 and a 3 and a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Let's see. So yeah, 2 and 3 are both valid there. 10. 2 is not valid here, though, so that's a 3 and that's a 2. That's better be a 6. That is a 2 and a 3. And then these are a 4, a 5, and a 6. I really enjoyed the first 80% of that puzzle. When we started finding random X-wings through this, I did not enjoy that part. I'm not sure if there was a better way to do it. It was kind of a mess at the very end. But I loved the rule set, and I loved the beginning. So it's possible that there was a way to place a digit that was maybe more in line with what we were doing, because it felt like this really wanted to be a sort of like easier, smoother puzzle, and that then there was sort of a bump at the end in what we were doing that I'm not quite sure we did that. It's possible we didn't pencil mark enough. That is... My theory is that everyone in the Sudoku community on their deathbed will say, I wish I had pencil marked more. That is my official theory. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with one more puzzle for today, I'm going to bet. So be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. All right, so we're going to do a Numaridoku by Rangsk, and thanks to YouTube, I can't pin it because the stupid heart is over it. I think the heart is just there to annoy YouTubers. That is my theory. So let us have a look at how this works. By the way, I should note there are open submissions for 6x6s to do at the end of the stream. Okay, now Rangsk has kindly both told me that I misunderstood how the interface worked and also put a message so that I could click where I thought I had to click. So 2 ways to win. Yes, the heart is incredibly annoying because almost always someone has a brilliant insight and it covers like the column or the cell or whatever. It covers exactly the part of it that I really need. Okay, so let us have a look at this. So we have normal 6x6 Sudoku rules. We have draw a single non-branching line in the grid that enters every cell in the grid. It has a start and an end, which must be determined by the solver. It starts on a circle and must end on a non-circle. When the line exits a circle, it must exit in the direction of the arrow in the circle. Does that mean if there's an arrow, but it's at the end, the line doesn't exit there, or all the arrows actual exits? The digit filled in the circle is the value of the circle. The value of the circle, this feels redundant. The digit filled in is the value of the circle, and then the value of the circle it determines the length of the line segment that exits the circle. The segment must travel exactly that length before it enters another circle. If it does not enter another circle, then that is the end of the line and it cannot continue. To count the segment length, count the number of cells occupied by the line, including the originating circle, but not including the newly entered circle. So if my line does something like this, this would be a 3, is what this is saying, because I'd count 1, 2, 3. Or I'd actually want to count it as 1, 2, 3, but Rangsk wants me to count the other 3 cells. So whichever 3 cells you want to count, it all works out. If there is a way to get the heart to disappear, I do not know what it is. Maybe the heart will disappear when I get to 10,000 subscribers. That is possible. Okay, so the fact that we have that means that I can at least draw all of these in like that. So what value goes in a circle? Oh, I guess the value that goes in a circle, if that's the end, is just the length of the segment. Oh, I see. Okay, so my statement about I'd rather count it the other way is actually going to matter, because let's imagine that this is the end of the circle, then that means that this is the end of the snake, then this is a 2. I think is what this is saying. Do we agree with that if this is the end of the snake, then this is a 2, the way that it tells us to count this? Okay, so I should not shorthand it to the way I would normally do this. This can't turn, because then I'd have arrows pointing at each other the wrong way. This is definitionally a 1. And the fact that this is definitionally a 1 means this isn't a 1, which means the snake doesn't end here. So the snake goes up here because of that 1. This snake actually also does not have length 1. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm already counting wrong. This would be 2. It's weird to me that this is 2 and this is 1 and it's the same thing. But I think I understand why. It's because of the foreign circle is the counting thing. I'm still going to put a cross here because these can't turn. Like that. Or it would be bad. Okay, this is a 1 as well. And I think Ambrose is right that because of the sort of weird, funny counting thing, I think this has to be a 2. Because either this is the end of the snake, in which case this is a 2, or the snake continues, in which case this is a 2. I think I agree with chat about that, if I understand how the world works. And now the snake does need to visit every single cell, so I have to keep that in mind as a point of thing to think about. So that is a 2. So this digit's at least a 3. So the snake doesn't stop here. Yeah, this snake has to grow, but we don't know where, I don't think. Unless maybe if I look ahead to what happens if it grows here, would that break? I don't think so. Not that I can immediately see anyway. Let's see. And here, yeah, if the snake ends here, that's a 2. Or sorry, this is a 2. Otherwise, the 2 is up here somewhere. So let's see. If this is a 2, is there some specific thing? It is true that if this grows up here, then this is the end. And it starts in a circle and ends on a none circle, right? I can't find that in the rules, but I think that's what it said. Start on a circle and end on a none circle, right? So if this goes up, then this is the start. And so this number would be presumably quite large. Let's see. Okay, Garion is saying that if the snake either stops here or goes right, then I can't cover all of this. What's wrong with that, Garion? The thing I'm visualizing is that. That looks okay to me. Unless I have made this a 7. Have I made this a 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I have made this a 7. I have made this a 7. Okay. So, right. So if this covers absolutely none of this, then we're priced into doing that, which does make this too big. It didn't look like 7 to me, but I agree. So this does have to go left. At least one cell. Let's see. And there's no way that we could have done something like let this run through part of it. I guess any way we did that was going to cause a 7. I think I believe that. I do only have a couple spots for a 1 in this box for whatever that is worth. Wait, could this go up in turn? I think that would be okay too. Yeah, if the snake ends here, then now we have to go back and figure out how we're going to handle all of this. And it's probably going to lead to a circle with a 7 in it, because it's going to have to happen through connecting this circle to this circle, because those are the only two circles, while covering all of these cells, which would be 7. So yeah, so if this does not do that, then I think I agree that we end up with putting a 7 in a circle again. So this cell's at least 3 now, I guess. No, it's at least 3, right? It's at least 3. Let's see. JC Kadar says this is one end of the snake. Why does that have to be an end of the snake? So these two snake bits are both entering this zone where the only ways out are that one and that one. So if the snake doesn't end in here, then we have to connect that to that and that up to that. But I don't know if that's a problem. Per se. Okay, so is it possible, maybe this is the question, is it possible that this is the start of the snake? I think there's a weird parity problem that says this can't be the start of the snake. Right, if I have to actually, if I make this the start of the snake, I have to put the end of the snake in here as well, because now one of these is the end. But maybe actually that would work. I think I can actually visualize that and have it be okay. Let's see. And I know, just for the record, this doesn't go there, because that would be mismatching. Good night, Alima. Can the line enter row 3, column 6 from anywhere besides row 1, column 6 without creating 2 endpoints? So basically, your question is if this is already broken. So that's definitely an end in this universe. I'm not seeing why that forces there to be another end, though. That I do not see. But if someone can help me, I am willing to... I would believe it's possible, but I don't see it. Let's see. Night, Nicholas. There's definitely a 1 in one of these two cells for whatever tiny amount of bit that is worth. This would be a 2 if the snake ended here. If it's not a 2, then it's at least a 3. I guess that's not a profound statement. Okay. So that's a smart spot from Garion, is that these two circles need to in total cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cells. Don't they also have to... Oh, no, that circle won't count. That circle won't count. Right. So these are certainly from 3, 4, 5, 6. Because they both add to 9. Globaglob says I know their parity. Do I? I would be happy for a hint, Rangsk. So I guess the question is something like, can this digit really go there? Oh, one of them has to reach a circle. The two circles, they can reach. Okay, so the point here is that this is from Globaglob. One of these two ends reaches a circle. And so if this is the one that reaches the circle, it's going to take a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to take an odd number of moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, no, that's not right. I counted that wrong. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to take an even number of moves. However, I connect this to a circle. And this is going to take 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to take an odd number. So because these two both sum to 9, and they always have the same parity anyway, this one's always 3 or 5, and this one's always 4 or 6. Because of this sort of checkerboard parity counting thingy thing. So where does this 4, 6 go in this box? This 4, 6 assuredly can't go. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something dumb. I was going to say it couldn't go there because there's no way it could be length 4, but that's just not true because there's not a circle there. Okay, so Rangsk is asking me to hypothesize that neither of these is the start. And so if I hypothesize that neither of these is the start, that means that we get this shape, which means this is the end. Oh, that just immediately breaks. If neither of these is the start, we just immediately create that problem because these are two arrows that are running into each other. So I think that's broken. Because if it's not the start, it's a corner, right? Isn't being a start and being a corner the only option? No, it's being an end and being a corner. But the point is one of these is the end. If neither of these is an end, then the arrows point at each other. That's the point. And Rangsk certainly meant end. Because Rangsk was exactly talking about these two, right? Because the arrows end up pointed backwards, and then it doesn't work. Oh wait, no, sorry. Rangsk is talking about these circles. So if neither of these is the start, so Rangsk wants me to do this instead. So yeah, Rangsk wants me to do that. As the sort of the alternate universe of this. So if neither of these is the start, then we end up with that sort of orange line. And so probably we next have to prove that these merge because something breaks if I have this go down or something. I have no idea. Oh, they can't merge, right? Because they'd be going the wrong direction, right? They can't merge. So we'd force that. And this is... But the point is, this can't be the end because it would need to start, right? The end is the other way, is the point. So this goes up here. could end here. That's fine. But this can't be the end because we're sort of, the arrows point us and tell us that the end is that way, not this way. And now the point is that this line is getting too long because it can't come from here and it can't come from here, and so now every origin has a circle, and so there's nothing big enough to get to it, right? Because this is now like, this would even have to do that, and that's way too many cells. Okay. Okay. I was warned that this puzzle was going to require a lot of bifurcation, so that was noted in the thing. So one of these is the start. So no other circle is the start. So we'll mark that appropriately. No other circle is the start. And so therefore this circle is not the start, and this circle is not the start. So that circle not being the start certainly forces that. This circle not being the start, it could go either way. This circle not being the start certainly forces that. Let's see. Okay. So, what do we do now? And I don't know anything about whether this is... Oh, I do know this is not the end. I know this isn't the end specifically because if this was the end, this circle would contain it too. So this is not the end. But I don't know that I can do anything with the fact that this is not the end. Okay, let's checkerboard the whole grid. That doesn't sound like a terrible idea. So let us checkerboard the grid appropriately. Maybe that was a little oppressive. Checkerboard the grid appropriately. That's a little less oppressive. And note that the two things that we know, one of them is the start, happen to be in the same cell. And we know we're moving an even number of spaces. We're moving an odd number of times from the starting cell, because we need to make 35 total moves. And so if I make 35 total moves, I always end on a gray cell. And so anything that's not a gray cell is not the end. In particular, this cell is not the end because we have to visit every cell. So there's a cute parity argument there that that's not the end, and this is not the end either. It's not the start or the end, so it certainly does that. So we can actually draw in our corners if we do that. And so I think all of that was right. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Row 4, column 6 is definitely a corner now because it is not gray, so it's not the start or the end. And this is not the end, so it definitely goes down like that. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This needs to end. So this is a 5 either way, is the point. Oh no, this could be a 6 if it touches there, right? I think the way this is counted, if this connects over to here, I think this is a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. So, but this is definitely a 5 or a 6 for what it's worth. Okay. Uh, Now what do we do? Does 6 split the grid in half? 6 does have a problem. 6 has the problem that now this needs to be the end of the snake. So let me just show you what 6 would look like. 6 would look like this. But now this has to be the end of the snake, which is the right color. But the snake now has too many pieces that are intermingling here for this to possibly work. Because the snake certainly can't end like that. Wait, no, I think that does work. I think that does work. Doesn't that work? Unfortunately, I think it all works. Yeah, this could go up. I do know there's a 2 in one of these 2 cells for whatever that is worth. Presumably that's going to be helpful at some point. What else can we say here about the cells? The line terminates there. We're saying that's a problem. This is at least 4. That's true. Okay, that's a good spot from Paulfly. This number is at least 4. So we need to make sure it's not more than 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We get 2 more cells to grab a circle. I think that means we have to grab this circle, right? There's nowhere else we can get, I don't think. I think we've got to grab that circle. Oh, or end. Or end. So if it did end here, it would make this a white corner and this a white corner. So we're hypothesizing the snake ends here. So now that's a white corner and this is a white corner. And so the problem is that creates these 2 different white corners. So that doesn't work. So the snake definitely doesn't end here. So this is not a 4 ever. So the snake does not end, and it doesn't end after 1 more either, because that would put it ending on white. So this is definitely a 6. But it could go down like that, maybe, and stop like that. No, that would be 7. Wait, how is that 7 if this was 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that would be okay, I think. That would be 6. Yeah, if the snake goes down there and ends like that, I think that's okay. So yeah, the snake either goes down or goes that way. Oh, is it 5 that way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it is 5 that way. Sorry, I can't count. Right, it would be 5 there. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think the going down version doesn't work. It's 5 because you don't count the circle, Selena. It's a really weird form of counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is how you would count. With these rules, you wouldn't count the circle you land on. So the problem is, if this is the end, this isn't. But if this isn't the end, it goes up, I think, because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, maybe it could end. No, this is the end. If this is the end, we're already at 5, and we need to find a circle. So if this is the end, then the problem is I think it makes this into a little loop. Because I think if this is the end, then we force this to be a loop, is what I believe. It's not as simple as you count how many borders you cross Paul Fly, because you count differently when you're counting to the none circle than when you're counting to a circle. There's a completely different rule for whether you're counting from the end or not. So I think this doesn't work, right? Do we agree that this would create a little loop and that we wouldn't be able to create another loop? Oh, Rangsk has a shorter proof. I think that proof does work, but Rangsk's proof is much shorter, which is that if this is the end, it has now forced this certainly goes here, but this is not the start. And so where does it come from? It has to come from there, and so that creates a loop as well. Okay, so I think that means that we've now proven that this does this, which is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I prove it can't enter? Oh, did we prove it can't do that? Oh, maybe that is possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Maybe that's possible. Let's see. 5 column 6 is 4, 5, or 6. Right, because even if it ends here, it's still 4 because of the counting. No, it would be 3 if it ends here. If it ends here, then it's 3. Oh, it can't end there because this is the... Oh. No, it can't end there. You're right. It can't end there because then this would be the start, and that wouldn't work well. Could it end here? Maybe it could end here and be a 3. I think it could end here and be a 3. Let's see. So what about this? Do I want to illuminate the possibilities of this? There's a 2 out of 3 argument in row 2, column 4. So this is not the end. Okay, so what Ambrose is saying is this is not the end, and so if we can break one of the pairs of 2 out of 3, we're going to definitely get a line. And so I think Ambrose is saying that this is broken. And this is broken because it makes this the end on a white, and we can't have the end on a white because the end is on a black. And so the point is, I need 2 of the 3 things here, and that's not a valid 2, so therefore that's always in. I don't know that that does anything. But it's cool. I like it. Uh, uh, so maybe there's more 2 out of 3 arguments floating around in white cells. Uh, uh, yeah, unfortunately, tracking the way the line flows is not a supported operation. Uh, if it was a supported operation, I would do it. Same with row 4, column 4. Uh, but doesn't this one have 5 different or 4 different directions it could go? I think this one has 4 different directions it could go. So there's sort of 2 universes. There's the these connect horizontally universe and the these connect vertically universe, right? I think that's true. I think there's sort of an orange universe that looks like this and a yellow universe that looks like this. I think those are the 2 universes that we have. I don't think there's any universe where any of this sort of stops because it would involve making an end on a white. Uh, 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 so, orange universe is difficult because of the flow. I mean, the orange universe would then force this. Uh, don't see any problem with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would make this a 6. So there is a kind of interesting. I guess the orange universe creates some interesting Sudoku implications. So maybe we should try this further because this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this universe, but this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, this is also a 5. Darn it! No, I was thinking that this was going to put a 6 here by Sudoku and that was going to do something, but I don't think it does. What does row 5, column 6 connect to? It doesn't have to, right? I don't think it has to connect to anything is the problem. Let's see. Did I not chase one of these chains far enough, Rangsk? Can you tell me which case I'm supposed to bifurcate more? It doesn't need to connect just because it's on a white cell. It needs to continue, but it doesn't need to connect to a circle. Column 4. It ends in row 5, column 4. The 2 circles in box 5 are both 5. From the right. I don't even understand what we're trying to prove. I think you're probably right, but I have no idea what's going on. So if this is the end, the point is that this now does that. Okay, so let's just hypothesize that this is the end. So now this is a legitimate corner. This is a legitimate corner. This goes up like this. Oh, no, that still does. Sorry, I'm doing the same thing I did wrong before. That's not how any of that works, unfortunately. How do you fill row 6, column 5, and exit both row 5, column 2, and row 6, column 6? I don't understand. Let's see. I know this continues at least one more cell, so it at least goes to one of these two places. Let's see, and we do remember that these add to 9 in case that's useful somehow. Oh! Is the universe where this is a 4? I think the universe where this is a 4 puts the end of the snake on... Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind. Sorry. It doesn't end the snake. It just has the snake go there. No, that doesn't work. I don't think the world where this is a 4 actually works. Because I think the world where this is a 4, I think there's one choice, which is to extend here. And remember, in this universe, this is automatically a 5. So it doesn't connect over there. And so it connects like that. And now this... Oh, this is not the start of the snake. So it would have to go there. Yeah, it would have to turn. I don't think we can do this. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Okay, let's see. Rank suggests what happened. Look at what happens if row 5, column 3 goes up. So if row 5, column 3 goes up, this is a 2. And then I really don't see anything it does. I guess this is also a 2. Let's see. So how do you fill row 4, column 4? So it's the point that I can't come from this side to row 4, column 4. Row 1, column 6 becomes a 5 and turns up. Too far away from row 1, column 6. Oh, because wasn't one of the options we were contemplating that it connected over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It connects over there. And so now, so if it doesn't do that, then this can't do that. And so this can't be a 6 because then it would end 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would end on a white cell. Oh, unless it connects up here. No, it will always be a 5, even if whether it connects there or not. So this would be a 5. Ambrose says this is the universe we want. In the hypothetical, box 3 has the terminus. Try to loop through this. What gets the purple circle that isn't the start? Something that goes through this cell always, I suppose, now? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, I get that I need to take it with something, but I don't understand how I'm supposed to account for every possibility, because it could come from there, it could come from there, it could come from there. I feel like there's just a bajillion options. Is it maybe like this? Is there a like 2 of 3 argument that this doesn't work for some reason? Because I know it can't end at row 4, column 4. But I don't see a 2 for 3 argument about any. Oh, that, okay, that doesn't work because it makes a line that's too long. Okay, I believe that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be too long. So it doesn't do that. And so it always does that. And it can't now turn right either, because that would also make it too long. So it always goes up. So we've always got that. And now is this too long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, this is too long. So these can't connect either. Oh, and this is not a start, so it has to do that. So this can't connect here, and this isn't the end, because if this connects here... Oh, no, it's not too big. It's not too big. I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is too big. It is too big. If this connects here, it's too big, so it doesn't. So this is not the end, so it definitely turns down. Oops, sorry, in orange. So it definitely turns, definitely turns down. Yeah, this can't connect up. So maybe this is the end. Oh, this can't be the end because of the Sudoku on 2s. This can't be the end because it's Sudoku on 2s and it doesn't make a loop. So this connects over here. And now these connect across because I can't have 2 ends that aren't on circles. Row 6, column 6 is the start. So this isn't. And so since it's not the start, this comes back. Row 6, column 5 extends left, right? Because this... Do I know this isn't the end? I don't think I know this isn't the end. Oh, the line would be too short. If this is the end, it would be too short. So this comes through here. Okay, so we've got all of this, and it's still not broken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 5. And so that's a second 5. Good Lord. This is the intended path. Okay. So the reward for all of that is that I get to put a green X here. Huzzah. Let's see. Where can it go in from row 5, column 3? So it has to go somewhere. Can loop down. There, one of these extends. But we're at the end of stream now, so I think I'm not going to finish this puzzle. But I will. I have left a link, so if you want to finish the puzzle, you can finish the puzzle. And I assume, Rangsk, you have a video you can link people to of a solve of this, because I know you do that for most of your puzzles. I think you can't post it on YouTube, but I think you can post it in the Discord. Rangsk has not made a video for this one. But I don't think we're anywhere close on this. And I don't really want to do any more look-aheads that involve filling the entire grid. So I think I'm going to call it here for today. But thank you to everyone for joining us. I'm really intrigued by this rule set, by the way. The not knowing where it starts and ends is something I've come across so many times in trying to set snake puzzles. Is sort of, it feels weird to give the start and the end, but it also feels weird it creates such awkward trying to like think through all the possibilities and making sure you don't make a mistake. So anyway, I like the idea. I'm sure there are more legs to this sort of idea, but I do not have the time to finish it at the moment. So anyway, Selena has said if they find a respectable way, they'll post a doc in the Discord. That would be awesome. All right. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you to everyone for supporting the stream. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please do. If you haven't subscribed yet, also please do. And if you haven't clicked the bell to get notifications, please do that as well. All the YouTube things. As you know. But also thank you to all of you who support the stream financially in any way. We greatly appreciate it. If you want to support the stream financially, the easiest way to do that is to click the join button down below. You can do it for as little as $5 a month, and then you get the green name, and you also get the Zach emotes. If you'd rather do it on Patreon for whatever reason, it's patreon.com/zetamath, exactly as you would expect. Or if you prefer Ko-fi, that's also an option. So let us know. But YouTube's probably the one that, given that you're on YouTube right now, YouTube is the one that is the shortest number of button clicks. Thank you to the people who donate at the turbine level. So I call them out by name. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, and Danita. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you all very soon. Next stream is Sunday. So I'll see you then. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.